Recording in progress.
ఉంది సార్ కింద ఉంది అసలు కింది దాకా వెళ్తలేదు. మీరు రీడ్ మోడ్ లో ఉంటుంది చూడు, అది తీసి లేకపోతే ఆ పైది కట్ చేసేసి అదొకటి.
Check, check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check. Check, check.
అది ఇంకా సార్ మొబైల్ నిన్న మరొక తెలుసు
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to second day morning session. We'll begin morning session with a great quotation of Einstein. A person who never made a mistake never tried anything new. A person who never make a mistake never tried anything. So the mistakes definitely, whatever you do the mistake, it would definitely, improve your efficiency of the way you think. Okay. So with that, today we are pleased to welcome very special invited speaker, Dr. Debalina Dutta from Massey University, New Zealand. It is a great honor for me to introduce Dr. Debalina Dutta, who is going to talk about meaning of expertise in scientific career challenges and future directions. She completed her PhD in organizational communication from Purdue University, United States of America. She is currently working as a faculty member in the School of Communication, Journalism, and Marketing at Massey University, New Zealand. Her research interests are culture, diversity, including women in STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and medicine. Craft their stories of resilience and leadership in organizing in the context of culture. Her work has published in many international publications, journals. She also contributed to policy discussion, decision making, and she has conducted many workshops with children on career across the with many on many issues across the globe. Today, she will share about meaning of expertise in scientific career, which is going to be very exciting. And she's going to ask you to participate her presentation in some task. With that, I ask that you give a full attention to Dr. Dutta presentation. The rights and privileges are given to you. Over to Dr. Debalina Dutta to begin your talk. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Yeah, over to you. Unmute.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. And a very good morning to Prof. Parvat and dear attendees and seniors. It's my privilege and honor to be here this morning. And I'm very excited to share my research findings with you. Now, I'm going to go ahead and share my slide right here. Okay, awesome. Write some video. I hope this works. Okay, here we go. So the topic of my presentation, it's the meaning of expertise in scientific careers, challenges, and future directions. Now, when I chose this topic, the reason why I wanted to highlight experts and expertise is because a lot of times, a lot of importance is given to domain knowledge. So domain knowledge would be when you're learning about physics, right? To forward your or to hone your skills in physics, when you are probably training in chemistry to have a career in chemistry. Now, all these domain knowledge do contribute to the professional that you are, right? But research has shown that there is so much more to domain knowledge, to our careers than just the domain knowledge, right? So in this talk or discussion, we are just going to explore some of those ideas. And I'm really grateful to Prof. Parvat, who actually has valued this idea of some professional interaction, some kind of commitment to your professional development. That would definitely, in my opinion, go a long way in kind of helping you in your career. So I hope that this interaction helps you. And if you have any questions, concerns, please let me know in the chat box. One thing I really value from my participants here today would be discussions, and I have been to a lot of workshops. Discussions are really very fun. So please feel free and pop in a question or a comment or something that you agree or you don't agree, and we can take the discussion further. My presentation would be a short one, and after that we will have some time to discuss questions and answers. And if there is some fun fact you would like to share and this makes sense to you, then let's go for it. So without much ado, let me go ahead and introduce the next slide. Okay. So now when we look at the context of traditional views of experts and expertise, put it here. So what expert and expertise means is, in a taken for granted way or traditionally, we understand that it's about any person who is, say, for instance, very knowledgeable about a certain area, about a particular area, okay? And this is according to Oxford Dictionary. And if you look at general research out there, they would say the same thing. It's a very simplified understanding of what expertise or an expert is. Whereas an expertise is all about having a high level of knowledge or a skill. A person who actually has a very high level of knowledge and skill is known to possess expertise. Now, how is it relevant to this discussion today? How is it relevant to the conference today? How is it relevant to your career today? So let me go ahead and discuss some of the facts that I think would be useful to you. Now, once that we have established the definition of who is an expert and what is expertise, it stands to reason that in your area of expertise, in your career, you would want to be considered as an expert. You would want to have the expertise. And that is why you are attending the conference, you are having the sessions, you are signing up to make yourself better and knowledgeable in certain areas. Now, when we talk about taking physics in general and science in particular, so the few questions that we ask ourselves, like as we are kind of learning or into that career journey, is, what qualifications do you need to be a physicist? And if you want to humor me and write in the chat box, I'll be very happy. So anybody there who's interested in writing to me in the chat box, please do. So what qualifications do you need to be a physicist? And are there different domains of physics? Of course, it's not one big thing. How does one become an expert in one's chosen area? And why would people, right? They would just trying to make sense of, consider you as an expert in your chosen area. So these are probably some of the very practical questions that we look at when we talk about expertise in your domain area, say in physics, in your chosen subject matter. Now, I was looking at the stellar lineup of speakers, and I was kind of very excited by the knowledge they brought in. And clearly, they are experts in their field, right? And you would want to be one someday. You would want to be known as an expert. But how do you do that? How do people think you or take you seriously as an expert? And then they invite you, or you get to publish papers and stuff like that. So now let me go ahead and introduce the next slide. Now, if we look at this concept of expert, okay, what expertise? Earlier research has always looked into individual as this repository, as this storehouse of knowledge. And that was enough to call them an expert. And I have some wonderful messages in the chat box. I'm going to open and see them. Yes, awesome. Yes, of course. One of you talked about being a physics doctorate. One of you talked about more research and study. Yes, which means you are honing your knowledge. You're becoming more skillful. Uh, and you are working towards a direction, right? Now, if we come back and look at the earlier work by French and Raven, they talked about the individual as an expert. Now, they said that expert power plays a very big role in leadership. And if you are an expert in your area, chances are that you would be a leader. Okay. And this is taken very seriously. You would be considered for committees, you'd be considered for promotion, for funding, you'd be considered as an authority figure. Okay. And this authority figure, it means that you have power. So the more better you are in your subject area, it means that you would have more power. Okay. Now, the next thing we know that if you are an expert and if you have what we call a referent power is something when we are liked by people because we are so skillful. Yes, a very good example of this was hard work in a proper way with a good guide, we become experts. And we are going to talk about that. Absolutely. Some wonderful, wonderful discussion in the chat box. Appreciate it. Now, this coupled with referent power is something that gives you the power of likability. So you know a lot. So people like you because you know a lot. And that makes you a respected person, venerated person. And this carries very remarkable layers of influence, or it carries a lot of weight. People respect you. You are chosen to be, or you choose to be represented in certain places. You get the power to do that, right? So that is the oldest one, okay? Now, the next is we will discuss, okay, where is it? The concept of expertise, what this is. Now, when we look at the earlier studies, and we are looking at how in the earlier studies, the individual skills and individual qualities are given so much of importance, it stands to reason that over time, there are certain myths that we come across for experts and expertise, and we can safely say that it is also applicable for physics. Now, the first thing is experts are born and not made. So to be an expert, you're born an expert. It was just like the earlier theories of leadership, like you're born leader, you can't be made, right? That was one of the taken for granted assumptions or a myth in expertise. The other is, if you are an expert, that is it. Like you are already a master. Okay, you do not need to continue your work anymore. You already know everything. And finally, if you know everything, then you don't need to work for anything. People will always consider you an expert. So once an expert, always an expert. So now let me go ahead and repeat the three themes or the three myths about expertise that I kind of discussed right now. First off, experts are born. They're born to be experts. Then they don't need to be masters because they're already so intelligent, right? And then you do not need to continue on learning any new skill because you already are an expert. So why do we need anything? Now, that is very interesting. So let us take the first myth and let us kind of discuss that. So whether experts are made or not. Now, Benjamin Bloom in the year 1985 found a very big correlation between practice and performance. But he found no connection between IQ and expertise. So if you are born very smart, there is no guarantee that you are going to do very well, say, for instance, in chess, music, mathematics, or neurology. So even if you're born with very good, people say, oh, you're very intelligent, that is not good enough for developing expertise. Now, Bloom said that it is the amount and the quality of practice that gives people a level of expertise. Okay, that makes you an expert. So now after Bloom, there was a series of work done. And all this work, and there were scientific studies, pointed into the direction that the experts are made. So experts are not born, but experts can be made and expertise can be developed, right? So we bust the first myth. Now let us look at the second myth, the pathway of mastery. Now what mastery means is it's always about seeking growth and improvement. And it is about developmental excellence. So an expert to move towards mastery constantly needs to be motivated and engaged and needs a balanced commitment to a growth mindset. So what really matters for expertise is not that, oh, I'm an expert, I'm sitting here, I'll do nothing, but actually seek out avenues of constantly enriching oneself, learning new things, and always taking care of their health, and understanding that failure is a big part of this expertise process. Now, this is something we need to understand that, and there is a big myth out there that if you are an expert, you can't fail. But research actually shows that the more you fail, the better you are at your expertise. You get better knowledge, you know to do things better. So failure is very important for that growth mindset, and not to be afraid of it, and not to let people judge you because you have failed in certain things, okay? And this work is inspired by Dan Ping's work. You can go ahead and look it up. And the next thing is about the continuity. Now, expertise, when you are trying to, if you're continuing to be an expert, it's not an uphill journey. There are always spaces where you will struggle. There are places where there'll be challenges. And you will need to push beyond your level of competence and comfort. So if something is comforting for you, which means it's not the growth mindset. So you have to keep striving for doing better and better. And please note, I'm not using the word excellence. It's not what we strive for. We strive for growing. Expertise is doing your best in your knowledge area. And then, as someone said wonderfully in the chat box, that you will need people to guide you. So it's good to take help, because experts are not there solitary by themselves, knowing everything. That's a very wrong understanding of expertise. Expertise happens when we are listening to others. We are looking for directions, and we have teachers and guides who are helping us achieve our dreams. So it's never about struggling alone. Okay, then we are not becoming experts at all. So it's about learning from others and then constantly challenging ourselves. Now, this is an example till now where we have come to is, one, we have challenged the idea that experts are born. We have challenged the idea that experts don't need to work hard because they're already experts. And we have challenged the idea that experts need not have growth mindset. So now that we have learned these things, and you probably know some of these, let us push our understanding a bit more, okay? Let us become a bit more uncomfortable with what we know. So now, pushing ourselves ahead, I will provide you with a constitutive view of expertise that is considered to be a very important direction where we are going to understand this research on how to be experts in your field. Now, in an organization, and all of us are going to work in our labs, universities, research centers, there will be organizations for you. It is about giving advice. So if you're an expert, you're expected to give advice, okay? Now, once you are giving the advice, I think it becomes logical that you will have some people to listen to you, and they must consider you as an expert. In other words, it's very interesting. Treem and Leonardi, Jeffrey Treem and Paul Leonardi, they have done this very interesting work, and they talk about communication as central to developing expertise. Now, what does it mean? It's very interesting. It says that experts, and let me take an example of this conference, okay? So in this conference, you have had many speakers who came in and they shared their research with you, right? There was a stellar lineup and we learned so much. Now, you were willing to learn because you considered them as an expert. So you, as the audience, gave them power to consider themselves an expert. Now, this is a very important concept to understand. So if you don't have an audience, you don't have experts as well. Okay, so somebody should consider you as, knowing a lot to come in and give the talk. So now let me go ahead and share something with you, which we hope we will enjoy, and I would love for you to participate. Okay, now let us look at these pictures. Okay, you have 4 pictures. Can you tell me, to you, which picture to you looks like expertise or an expert? I should have numbered that. I'm sorry I didn't do it, but let us number them clockwise. So, okay, I already have, okay, fastest fingers, guys. Okay. So, yes, okay, awesome. They're coming in, responses are coming in. Excellent. Come on, guys, if you haven't had the chance to put in your chat box. Okay, why? You know what I'm going to ask next. Excellent. Okay, why? Why do you think it's number 3? Good job. Excellent. Yes. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. So can you tell me why it's number 3? Okay. Okay. Excellent. So I see the words practical knowledge. I see the words confidence. Any other responses? Okay. Yes, dedication, practical work, dedication, internal, confident, yes. So look at this, guys. Yes, perfection, yes. Senior, looks like a senior. Excellent points there. Self-belief, absolutely. Excellent conversation there. And I'm going to keep the chat box open. Please drop by and drop comments. Now, if you see this, you are likely to choose because of the confidence, like looks like innovative. And so much of this idea of expertise is in our perception. So one might argue that maybe all of these pictures have experts in them, right? We have no way of knowing how much they know. If it is about, yes, it's about, so whatever you said that you cannot measure, when you look at it, who knows, maybe some of them will have a double PhD, or someone may be working in NASA. But this stands, how a person looks, how someone comes across, is so important than what someone actually has inside them, their capacity. So capacity building or expertise is so much about how you are showing yourself to the world, is as much as how much knowledge you have. Because people they cannot measure. So it's not like fever that we can measure with a thermometer. It's more like, what are you projecting? What qualities are you projecting out to the world so that people actually believe you, even when you're standing in front of a machine? Who knows, this person can be anybody, right? We don't know who he is. He's a Nobel laureate. But I mean, who knows who he is? But the idea is, what exactly am I getting into? So you see, what helps us identify an expert, if we kind of look at that, would be helpful in understanding what makes someone an expert. So in addition to hard work, dedication, and you have put in such wonderful, qualities out there. It's about what artifacts you can see. Yes, but they're all experts in their own work. Wonderful. But you only went for one of them who you thought apparently was best suited to be called an expert among the four. Now, the artifacts, your degrees, your presentation, your published papers, these form a very big part of who you are, your expertise. So people cannot measure how much you know, right? They can only see the external manifestation of what you know. So how is that? What is that external manifestation? It's about your work. It's about the products. Now, say if you're a brand X, okay, put your name behind that brand X, who's, I will have to consider this person an expert. So the artifacts would be whatever you are, people can see externally. It also relates to media presence, your discussion of your own work, how much active you are on social media, whether you're able to put your work out there in Twitter, what is the, or whether you have Mendeley scores and stuff like that. So, or what's your citation? So these are important considerations that play along in whether people consider you as an, yes, discussion of your work. The cumulative training, again, it's a very good point. Training, skills, experience, you have to show, you have to project, else it's internal. So I would want you to make those differences right away. And a very good point out there, good points out there, that these, whatever you're saying, your training, your skill, your experience, it's all inward. People can't see that. So you need to go ahead and form these things around you so that you're taken as an expert. So it is not enough to put in those hours. So Ericsson said that, if you put 10,000 hours into doing everything, you are an expert. So if you can drive for 10,000 hours, you are considered an expert in driving. So language learning, if you put in 10,000 hours, you're an expert. Did you hear that before? Yeah. Yes. And it comes with time. It's not immediate. Again, you're not born with it. My topic, I'm pushing you to think about how all of us can be experts in our own way. All we need is a roadmap or a guide map to where we want to go. Do we have that growth mindset? Are we willing to work hard, right? Everything comes with time, with practice. It's not an overnight thing. You are not born with anything. It's all practice, right? Anybody can practice. That's what I'm trying to get at. Anybody can be an expert, in my opinion. All you need to do is have this conversation, have this interaction about where you want to go, what an expertise, and what you think is your expertise. The next is networks. It's important to belong to networks. Now, one would say, oh, lone scientist, Albert Einstein, locked himself up in the laboratory and he was doing some work. No. You need to belong to formal and informal networks. So what is an example of formal networks? Belonging, coming to conferences, putting yourself out there, presenting your work, doing meaningful work to share, becoming a part of professional organizations, university affiliations, working, you're working in a college, being a part of the physics club. Start small. You don't have to start big, but be part of a network. And then you grow your network larger. What's an informal network? Informal network could be a Facebook group of, people, like-minded people who do research in your area. Or you have those Twitter sphere in which you can put out your work and get some feedback. So getting in touch with others. So expanding your horizon and reaching out. That's important according to research. And this is not something that I'm spewing out. This is something that Jeffrey Treem's research has established. He's been doing his work since 2012. I'm sure I know he's an expert. Sure, I know he's an expert. His work spawned a lot of work as well. And then experts, one of the issues that's out there, that not all experts think about communicating their expertise outside. So they might be contained or happy in themselves, happy in their small space that they have created. And this is important to get out of that comfort space that I had talked earlier, to go ahead and interact with the others. Now, Goffman, and this is way beyond 1960s, and we have quite come come far from that, that if we only hone our skills and we don't talk about it, in this age of media or mediated presence, we miss out on opportunities. So you have to put yourself out, your work out there, not yourself out there. This discussion is totally not happening if we are not willing to work hard and if we are not passionate about our work. I'm sure you're here because you are that. And that's why we are having this conversation. Now, we need to have an audience, because no one will know otherwise you're an expert. You need to have your target audience with whom you intend to communicate your messages. And those messages need to be very, very clear. Okay. And then please know that even if 10 people are discussing their work in front of you, you as an audience would only choose a few and ignore the rest. So people with very clear communication skills actually fare much better than people who always are not comfortable communicating. So develop those skills, those professional skills. If you feel that you are not comfortable presenting at a conference, practice. Erickson said, practice. Practice with others, practice at your home, practice, and more practice. Okay, seek help, seek counseling. Your parents are there. What else do you need? Take their blessings and just jump in and practice. This makes a lot of difference to your overall attitude towards your work and towards your vocation. And of course, you're passionate. So that's an added bonus. Now, you always have to understand that although you will go and tell people that you're an expert, others will always form certain perceptions about the nature of your expertise. So others will decide whether to believe you or not. Now, using technologies well, and we have talked about social media earlier. So using technologies well is a big part of who you are. So being comfortable with social media, putting your work out there, and with social media, you can reach anywhere, right? So being savvy with that, Twitter, Facebook, make those avenues for discussing your work. And whenever you can, practice honing good communication skills, because they obviously give you an edge in your expertise, right? Now, if I were to do a summary of my presentation, what main points should I include? The first being that, would you agree with me, and put it in the chat box, okay, right away, that would you agree with me now after this presentation that only having domain knowledge is not enough to be an expert? I'm keeping an eye on the chat box. Okay, let's see. Yes, thank you. So you agreed. Thank you. So research shows that it's not enough. Okay, there has been tons of research that prove that you need something else for people to consider because of the issue with expertise. The expertise is people perceive you as an expert. If you go there standing on the road saying that I'm an expert, no one's going to believe you, right? You have to show them with certain artifacts, certain communication skills that you are out there and you're willing to work. Now, it is very important because the world is changing so much. We are no longer relying on one person as the expert at any one time. So when we find somebody better than us, we move to that person. So it's important to keep up with that direction. And then it's important also to provide or help with the communication skills. And they will help establish our identity as an expert. So having that mindset, having that identity of growth, and are willing to explore social media and networks, showing your artifacts more, I think is what we need. Because a lot of us do struggle with, and it's a very important, we struggle with what we call the imposter syndrome. So imposter syndrome is something like whether we are even eligible for this, whether we are even, am I even worthy of being someone, whether I'm worthy of being that physicist? Absolutely. Okay. So I know that we are running out of time. So I'm just going to stop here. Okay. And this is my email ID. So feel free if you have any questions or concerns. Please feel free to connect with me, and this is my LinkedIn ID as well. So if you have any questions, I'll be happily taking them now. And thank you so much for listening to me. And you guys were so kind in the chat box. Thank you for chatting with me. Some wonderful, wonderful suggestions out there in the chat box. Really appreciate it. I'm reading all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dutta. It was a really amazing and extraordinary presentation on, how to a person to be expert. How do we make a person to be expertise in a given field, which is not easy. As you mentioned, it's not like, standing on the road, can I say, oh, I'm an expert? No. The society should recognize you as expert based on your profile, based on your hard work, based on your everything. So it was really wonderful presentation given by you. And you also mentioned, like, that comes like, expertise in a given field. It should come from a, by knowledge, definitely, right? Hard working should be there. Without hard work, we cannot be considered as expertise in a given field. It should be practicality. You have to, it should be not, I'm saying, oh, I'm a expertise in, no, it doesn't work like that. Confidence should be there, of course. Whatever you do, that it should be have a confidence. Interaction, like, how do you say, like, you go and participate in several conferences, meetings, official and unofficial, then you become like, so confident to deliver your message. So that is a really wonderful Professor Dr. Dutta. It was really wonderful, and that also required, like, dedication. It should have a passionate on any given work. Participating organizations, conferences, formal and informal network. And you should ask, and every, suppose, for example, if I take a class today, I should definitely take a feedback, so I can rectify my whatever the mistake I made it. So that is a very good way of improving the profile. So that helps a lot to become an expertise in that given topic, that given presentation. So really wonderful. You have organized your presentation in such a way it help a lot. It, we have learned a lot from this presentation. Our students, research scholars, faculty across the globe, I think we have received a wonderful information from this presentation. Thank you so much, Dr. Debalina Dutta, for your for accepting this, and also for your valuable time. With this, on behalf of all our faculty members, students, research scholars, academicians, I would definitely say thank you so much for your valuable information. Would you like to share anything for us? Final, do you want to share something, Dr. Dutta?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all of you 131 participants who have been here, and you have been amazing. And I would say that thank you, colleagues, I'll call you that, because you have been kind, you have walked with me in this presentation, and you have shared your thoughts so wonderfully. I think that it was no holds barred, and I'm always grateful for that, because you are as good as your audience. So I would say that thank you for being so wonderful, and I wish you all the best. And before I actually part, one thing I would like to say, something that Western ideologies or Western philosophies or Western knowledge doesn't take into consideration is immense power that we have from our own cultures, our family values, and our faith, spirituality. So I think these are the things that actually help us more in terms of honing our expertise, becoming more confident. So I would say that, let's not turn away from our traditions, from our roots, from the wisdom given to us by our elders, because they carry so much of value. Thank you.
Right. I too agree with you, 100%. Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Debalina Dutta, for your wonderful presentation, the active participation. I really like the way you interact with the participants. It gives you immense pleasure. It gives you like a good interaction, you know. I like your presentation, the way you give the information to the audience. Thank you so much. It was really amazing. Thank you so much. Right. Thank you. Big claps.
Good morning, all of you, both the offline and online participants. This is Dr. Naina Vinodani, convener of this program. I'd like to inform you that Professor B. Murali is been hospitalized. Yesterday, when we contacted him, we could not get him online. But later we were informed that he has been hospitalized. So we are not having that particular session. That is a session by Professor B. Murali. Now I'll move on to the next session, that is given by Dr. K. Parvatalu sir, who is an organizing secretary of this international conference. I'm very happy and glad to inform or to give an introduction about our dear Parvatalu sir, and who has been taking pains to organize this such a big event. Dr. Parvatalu Kalakonda has been working as an assistant professor in the Department of Physics at Government City College, Usmania University, India. His current research explores the multifunctional properties of soft nanomaterials for foldable, bio, nano devices applications. Before joining as an assistant professor, he was working as a postdoctoral researcher at the Department of Material Science Engineering, Carnegie Mellon University, Pennsylvania, USA. He also worked as postdoc in Indian Institute of Sciences, Bangalore, Department of Physics, under the guideship of Professor Jaydeep Basu for 5 months. He completed his PhD in physics from Worcester Polytechnic Institute in Massachusetts in the area of a study of thermal physical properties of nanocomposites of complex fluids. He is an assistant editor for Material Science and Physics Journal in Ville Publisher, to his credit. He has been working as a reviewer for many journals such as Composite, Part B, Material Science, Journal of Material Chemistry, Polymer Journal, Nanotechnology, and so on. He published about 30 papers, big applause from the students, 30 papers to his credit in international peer-reviewed journals, including RSC Advances, JCP, Plasmonic, Nanotechnology, and Nanomaterials, which are highly cited in the scientific community. With this, I would like to invite Dr. K. Parvatalu sir to deliver his lecture on his topic. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Nayana Vinodini Madam, for your wonderful introduction about me. So as Madam mentioned, so I'm going to talk today about polymer composite reinforced with carbon nanotube aerogels. So the important why the question here is why would like to discuss the polymer composites. I'm going to explain what are the importance and what are the advantages, what are the industrial applications. So in this presentation, we're going to see all these details. Okay. Just slow bit. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So coming to the introduction. So introduction, you can see here, composite. What is a composite meaning? We all know the materials, right? We know the materials and composites. If you see the material, the properties of materials, like different than the composites. Composite could be, it has more than, material, like one material. So how do you, you can see here, combination of two or more. Why we would like to mix actually? The material properties would change a lot. Suppose you are mixing, you are, using the polymer in a one of the field. You are designing polymer to make something, plastic bags. Why we would like to go for the composites? So polymer has its own properties, flexibility, it doesn't have a conductivity. So it's a very useful for many industrial applications. but it doesn't have any electrical properties, thermal properties, right? We cannot use for other flexible electronic industry. Definitely we need a kind of other material to combine with the polymer. For that purpose, we use the fillers, nanoparticle, nanotubes. So when you mix the polymer with the fiber, polymer with the filler, it become a composite, right? The composite properties would enhance a lot compared to the, individual materials. So what happen when you make a composite? Definitely, its properties change drastically. So here you can see a matrix phase. Polymer, we are taking the matrix material, and filler could be nanoparticles. When you mix together, they have a multifunctional properties would change a lot. What are the advantages? The advantages, reinforcement. When you mix a polymer with nanoparticles, there is a transfer of force. There is a transfer of strength would influence of their properties. Improved electrical, thermal, mechanical properties, right? So you can see the drastic, multifunctional properties would change. You can see here, this is the polymer and metal. I am also there. This is one of the composite. You can also mix with the polymer and metal, and you can also mix with the fiber and nanoparticles, nanotubes. So which composite is the right composite for industrial applications? Metal composites and polymer composites. You might know, definitely you would, ask question. I would go for the, polymer composites. I mean, metal composites has its own importance in some sort of industrial application. But for our aim, for our target is kind of like we are targeting flexible electronical industry. We want to make devices, foldable devices, flexible devices, foldable bio devices, etc. So for that we are looking into polymer composites, right? And you can see when you mix with the, even polymer with metal or nanoparticle with metal, a polymer with nanotubes, whatever you mix, two metal, definitely you would see the improved mechanical, electrical, multifunctional properties, right? And what are the advantages? I'm sure, you might know definitely, lot of industrial applications. You can see here the wings and whatever the material, if you can use the heavy material, composites, let's say, or if you use the light material like a polymer composites, which one the best? We don't want to be high load, right? We want to minimize the weight of this, aeroplane. We don't want to keep heavy weight. So if you could use the polymer composites, definitely this become a lighter material, a lighter object, which have a wonderful, application. You can have a higher speed. You can have other applications too, right? So now before going into composites, now we need to understand what are the properties of carbon nanotubes, right? As we mix carbon nanotube with the polymer, we must understand the basic properties of filler, carbon nanotubes. You can see here the strength of the carbon nanotube we are using as a reinforcement filler. It has wonderful multifunctional properties, right? So it has a very, very high Young modulus. If the material has a higher modulus, what it would be? We call it as a very, very brittle material. It has a very high strength, right? tensile strength also it has a 200 gigapascal, which is really very high strength composite, filler actually. So thermal conductivity also you can see there. You might ask question here, why we are using the nanotubes and polymer, right? Since nanotubes has a wonderful, excellent, extraordinary multifunctional properties, you can see here, right? So it has a very high Young modulus, very high tensile strength, right? Thermal conductivity is very high, you can see that. Diamond, even we know that diamond, so it's a 3320, but here 6000 watts per millikelvin, right? So electrical current carrying capacity, it becomes like a 10 power 9 ampere per centimeter, 1000 times higher than the copper. See, we know that copper or metals are the highly conducting material, right? Why? Because they have a free mobile electrons. They can move easily. The carriers, which has a very high electrical conductivity. But when you compare with the carbon nanotubes, you can see 1000 times higher, right? So this is, what is this? Multi-wall carbon nanotube. How do you make the multi-wall carbon? Graphene sheet, right? But how do you make making single wall is like a mat. You can roll like a mat, right? You can have the graphene sheet, make it single wall is okay. But making multi-wall carbon nanotube, which is a big challenge to control all the parameters. Okay? And carbon nanotubes, which are having the high aspect ratio, have the wonderful mechanical properties, very high multifunctional properties. But what is aspect ratio? Length to width. Length to width. What is the meaning of that? So when you make the length over the width, you will get the aspect ratio. So which means what? Higher length carbon nanotubes are the good materials to consider as a filler particle. Why? Sir, I can use the 500 nanometer carbon nanotubes. No, you cannot use it. Why? Because there is a issue with the aggregation, bundling, I'm going to discuss those things later on. Right. So now, as we mentioned here, it has a Young modulus very high. It has a high tensile strength. And you can also remember here what is the meaning of tensile strength. There is an instron device which basically gives the stress versus strain graph. From that, the slope gives the Young modulus. When you plot the data, stress versus strain, the linear portion which gives the Young modulus. Okay, and from that we extract the Young modulus. So these three things are very important, Sorry. Oh, sorry. No, sorry. Right. So you can also see here the applications, you can see here space shift. So the material we are looking here, the connectivity also can make it, right, with the help of graphene sheet. We're going to have that technology soon. We can't see that sheet, nano sheet, from the ground to the wherever you want to connect it. So that is there. Okay. So now we have gone through the advantages of the nanotubes. Now it's time to understand what are the weaknesses of the nanotubes, right? The weakness of carbon nanotubes, you can see here, you know, these are the nanotubes, okay, and it has actually, when you mix with the polymer, it has actually, you know, poor wettability with the polymer. They don't mix properly. So we need to have the right solvents to mix them, okay, and it has a poor dispersion, aggregation, all these issues we have to overcome. How do we overcome? Well, it depends on the fabrication process. It depends on how do you synthesize the composite material. So aggregation, you can see here also there is a kind of aggregation, like overlapping, like, you know, bundling issue, sliding between the nanotubes. All this we have to overcome. So van der Waals interactions, because of van der Waals interaction, there is a bundling issue between the nanotubes. That is a very, very, you know, we have to overcome by using some techniques. So now, for ideal nanocomposite, for ideal carbon nanotube composites, what are the, you know, properties? So you can see here, for a given ideal polymer, think about the blue one is the polymer, and the lines are the nanotubes, okay? For ideal composite material, they should have the uniform dispersion in the polymer. They should have a uniform dispersion. And they should have the perfect interfacial interaction between the nanotube and polymer, right? And they should align in a parallel direction to the fiber. This is the ideal case, but can we achieve this? Impossible, right? To achieve this, you need to have a very, very high technology. The scientists across the globe have been trying to, you know, fabricate in a different methods to overcome these issues, right? And you can see, as I just mentioned about this is a stress versus strain. So when you keep the material, when you hang the material between two, like I'm going to show that setup also, you are basically stretching the material, okay? You are attaching the material between two hooks, and with the help of DMA technique or instrument technique, you are stretching that to see stretchability, a strength, modulus, a toughness, right? So here, stress versus strain for a matrix like polymer, the blue one you can see here, this is the graph for the polymer, any polymer kind of closed here, that does not have the high model. You can compare the slope here, stress by strain. I think you can able to calculate. You can extract the modulus from this portion. Modulus for composites also can see here. So this is the high end. We have mentioned that nanotubes have the wonderful mechanical property, very high modulus, and we also mentioned the polymer as very less. But what happened? Composites. So definitely composites have the, you can see here, you know, between the fiber and the properties should be between the fiber and matrix, right? But in case of real composite material, what you're gonna do actually? Ideal case we know that, right? But reality, it's not. It's like this. Reality, it's not like exact. You know, the pillars are not like there is a junctions between the pillars. You can make this design, definitely. It is possible. We have been working on this actually. From year to year we can come. How do we come? By stretching this material. You can apply, you can stretch the material with the help of very well controlled manner. I'm sure you're going to achieve this. But still, there are some junctions you can see which are having the contact resistance also there, right? It play a very important role. We cannot achieve the high multifunctional properties because of these junctions. That is the reason I mentioned the lengthier pillar are the good ones to consider. So if you have a short nanotubes, right, you have the junctions which makes you, lower the electrical properties, right? And we use the tensile strength, this model, okay, to fit the modulus and tensile strength. We use these two equations. We use these two equations to fit the curves. As I mentioned just before, we use these equations to fit that. So, load bearing status of the CNTs in the matrix. Yes, sir. We basically, when you mix with the polymer, with the nanopillar, the main issue is interfacial strength. How they are, interact, how they mix well. Do they connect with any functionalization group, or do they directly simply wrap around the nanotubes? That's a big challenge to see that. How do we you make the some kind of solution of nanotube, you make the some kind of solution of polymer, you mix it. Simple mixing doesn't work. Simple mixing method doesn't work in order to achieve the good dispersion, uniform dispersion, and also without any bundling. So definitely we need to have a very sophisticated fabrication method to overcome that issue. I just mentioned dispersion, right? Dispersion and alignment also major challenge. How do you disperse? How do you make the alignment? That's a big challenge. You can make it that one. You can definitely, we can control to have the alignment structure. But dispersion is not easy. That require sophisticated like solution-based fabrication method, which we have developed from our group, Carnegie Mellon University, that we got a patent from our group. So it's a really wonderful fabrication method to see that. CNT forest with a high aspect ratio. You can see this is a kind of image, but with this scale it's very, very hard to see that. We're going to have the right image in next slides. So you can see here, there is a professor from Ajayan, Rice University. He is a wonderful professor from India actually. He is doing like anything. He has a group like a 200 scientists. Very, very big group. If one of my friend from Hyderabad Central University, he got a PhD over there, he moved there, he's doing like anything. He became a professor in another Jackson State University. So it's a very, very, he's a big group actually. And he does a lot of, research related to the composites. And you can see here, with this structure, this is a kind of like a stretched material, right? Polymer is stretched in two directions. You are stretching like, two directions. Right? Nanoletter is published in 2009. And he observed that modulus improved 230% compared to the pristine polymer. Strength 100%, right? And he went up to the 3250 volume percent. Okay. And coming to another paper, Professor Cheng from, he published in small journal. This is also, you can see here, alignment of the nanopillar. With that, strength improvement is 100%, modulus improved 230% at a concentration of 68%. Okay. And now it's a time to introduce our fabrication method. We make, this is a kind of CNT scaffold 3D network. CNT, carbon nanotube scaffold, okay. And we make a solution, polymer solution. We make a hydrogel solution, so like CNTs with a solvent. NADBS, we add some surfactant because they need a functionalization, right? So we mix the nanotubes in a 0.3 concentration. We make the hydrogel. Hydrogel is network is filled with the water, completely 3D network. If you dry it in CPD process, very slow drying process, it's like a sponge material. You all know the sponge, like when you press it, what happens? When you press the sponge, it regains its back to normal, its original shape, right? Similar thing we observed, and that one we go from our group, Nature Nanotechnology paper, Nature paper. Wonderful. I saw that paper, then I joined in that group as a postdoctoral fellow. Such a wonderful paper, I'm going to show that. And you know, with that, you can achieve the very, very high mechanical properties. And coming to our synthesis, my work from here. So here you can see whatever the images here I have fabricated in my lab. So as I just mentioned, we make the hydrogel in various shapes. How do we make it, sir? You make a gel first. So single wall carbon. We take the single wall carbon nanotube, 1 micron high, 1 micron length, 500 meter nanometer. So here we make a gel. How do you make gel? We mix it. We take the 0.3 carbon nanotube solution. We centrifuge it. Okay. Then we keep drying at a 60 degrees in a oven. After 20 hours, like around like 10 to 12 hours, you have a gel actually. You have a gel. So we transfer that gel into various molds. I mean, you can make a PDMS molds, whatever molds you design it. Even plastic cylindrical, like you take the syringe, you cut the pieces. You take the syringe, you cut the pieces. That is a cylinders, right? Small cylinder. And we apply the tape on back. That becomes like a, we just fill the gel inside and we cover with some kind of oil. After 12 hours, it becomes like a ball. It becomes like a hydrogel. It's a very light material. It floats on the water. It doesn't even sink it. And we made different shape because some kind of like when you want to do the compressive modulus, we need a cylindrical sample. When you want to do the tensile modulus, tensile measurement, you want to see the stress the material to see the mechanical strength. So for mechanical point of view, we make the cylindrical sample, and this is the lightest material, aerogel. Aerogel means it has only air. It doesn't have water. How do you remove, sir, water? Definitely what you do, we keep it in a CPD, critical point drying process. It completely remove the water particle, water molecule from that. And when you keep on the any place, just float it in the air. Such a light material. Okay? It's 100% porous material. 100%. But what are the applications? Yes, there are applications for porous composites. We use this hydrogel we keep the hydrogel in the polymer solution. We make the polymer solution different concentration. Can we keep the hydrogel in a polymer solution with a high concentration? No. Suppose you have a very, very thick polymer solution. It doesn't penetrate through that pores. Whatever the hydrogel has a pores, like a sponge, right? When you keep water, it just infiltrate into this network. But if I keep something like rice particle, does it go? No, right? It's like thick liquid, like you take the thick liquid or honey. Does honey goes? No, right? So something like that. You need to make a very low concentration of polymer solution. Then you sink it. Whatever you made this, this one, you keep in the polymer solution. So the polymer solution penetrate into this hydrogel and become a composite. Polymer wraps around the network, CNT network. It becomes like a wonderful. There is no bundling issue. The dispersion is wonderful, very, very well dispersed. This is the solution-based fabrication method we developed from our group. Our PI, Professor Muhammad Islam from Carnegie Mellon University, with his PhD advisor from UPenn, they both have developed that fabrication method. They got a patent for that. So after that, we've been using that. We can have a wonderful multifunctional properties. See, this schematic you can able to understand here, right? The polymer is basically, wrapping around the nanoparticle, nanotubes. If you keep in a lower concentration, it just covers all the junctions, all the tubes, right? But when you keep the very, very high concentration, you can see you may not have the wonderful properties. You have to optimize what concentration you want. And when you increase the concentration, you may not get the higher mechanical strength. So you have to do lots of experiments in order to optimize the concentrations. See, the way we do that, so you can see here what is this device. We just, small device we have done in our lab. So what we have done here, after, when you keep that hydrogel in the polymer solution, then we keep out dry at room temperature for a while, one day. Okay. Then what we do after drying slowly, we are looking the properties in the direction of mechanical strength. We are not looking we can also do the membrane, like membrane applications. But we are, our group, has been focusing mechanical industry. So for that, I have to, control the force size by applying by pressing like this. So when we press composite material between this, you can see the, control in such a way, you can control the pore size also. Suppose you are looking some other application with a pore size, still you can use it. You are not looking in the porous composite material applications. You compress as much as you become. It doesn't become a thin film. It's not a thin film. It's still, 80-90% porous material. Even if you press it also, it doesn't, it's nano level. Think about it like that. Sir, when you compress it becomes thin film. No, thin film is spattering, spattering coating, nano level, that is thin films. Okay. So we are in, composites. Okay. So the porosity you can see here, a 0.01. After when you press it, you can control it. Like we were looking very, very high mechanical point of view. So definitely, you can also see your synthesis process. And this is a polymer, right? Polymer with nanotubes. Partially aligned polymer. So general mixing we don't want. We don't want. We have already published that from our group, nanotechnology, nature nanotechnology, advanced materials. We are looking now aligned composites. How do we align is a big challenge for us. So in the same fabrication method, we have developed, we have designed the composites. Then with the help of DMA technique, with the help of DMA, what we have done, DMA means kind of like a mechanical strength. We have stretched a little bit. We don't want to make it like a break. We just want to keep the material, rectangular sample, and stretch a little bit. What happens? What happened in that case? Polymer stretch, right? Polymer stretches along with the filler. So that becomes like this. Partially aligned polymer chain, right? And here you can see nanotubes with the polymer. Then after that, what we have done, again after stretching a little bit, we place that composite in a polymer solution again. You can ask us, when you press and stretch the material, and again you are saying keeping in the polymer solution, how come polymer infiltrate into the network? For that reason, we made it a very, very low concentration polymer. If there is any pores, if there is any chance of that polymer, wrap around the nanotubes, that would also, this is complete alignment. So then what happened? The first case, this is the worst case, like, random alignment. And you can see here, when you align nanotubes and polymer wrap in one direction, like, stretch in one direction, definitely have a higher mechanical properties. And when you, second time when you keep it in the polymer solution and stretch it again, dry it again, then what you are looking into is, what you are looking, how much mechanical strength you are looking, how much modulus you are looking is the question. That is industry, based on industrial application. You definitely need to do design or make the composites. For many helmet or shoe industry or many industry application, mechanical industrial applications. So based on their concern, you have to synthesize the material. So you can also see here the complete synthesis process. I just mentioned the first one, A, is actually, nanotube gel. The second one, you can see that, first we make the surfactant with the nanotube solution. So why we add the surfactant? Definitely, we don't want to see the aggregation, bundling between the nanotubes. And after that, we do the sonication for 2 hours and keep it at a 60 degrees. Why we keep the solution, nanotube solution in the oven at 60 degrees? To make a gel, right? So the water should a little bit evaporate in order to become a hydrogel. So it become a gel. So after gel, it is easy to transfer that into the various vials, like rectangular or whatever. So that become these are the sample you can able to see here. So after that, as I just mentioned, first polymer infiltration, then we do the stretching, second infiltration. After that, in the first case, this is simply with the nanotube network. You can see uniform network, 3D network, 3D, completely porous. We are looking at 3D material, porous network, right? And after that, when you press it, when you stretch it, the composite, the polymer wrapped around the nanotube in one direction. And now the question, what you are looking actually? When you stretch in one direction, you are enhancing the mechanical, whatever the electrical, whatever the multifunctional properties in that direction only, right? In other direction become a poor. So that anisotropic, that's very important to know that. It's not isotropic material in that case. One direction completely stretched. All nano pillars align in one direction. So which means in that direction you have a very, very high modulus, very high strength in that direction, very high electrical conductivity. But other direction become a very less, not less, but it's compulsory. Compared to the aligned direction, you have the less, the lower. So now we have an anisotropy. So that is very important in case of aeroplane, designing the wings of aeroplane. So in that direction, one direction should be very high. Okay. So now this is the setup. You can see here. Instron, we can do the mechanical property in two devices, Instron and DMA, dynamic mechanical analysis. Instron. Dynamic mechanical analysis has a wonderful, you can do rheological properties also, like, glass transition, you can control the temperature, you can do a lot with that DMA. But with Instron, you can get the stress versus strain data. From that, you can extract the tensile strength, tensile modulus, toughness, all the mechanical characteristics you can extract from this device. So this is the way you do that, right? Strain is along x direction, stress along the y direction, and you have the this linear portion, whatever you are looking here, the starting, from that you extract the modulus. So modulus definitely stress by strain, right? So from that you extract the modulus from the linear portion of the stress versus strain graph. And you can also extract the ultimate tensile strength from the wherever you see the highest stress. So the line should be like it goes different. This is not a actual data. I'm going to show that. It may go peak, then go down and break it, right? I think you might have studied, like, mechanical when you are characterizing the mechanical properties, when you're studying the mechanical properties of any material, you get the data like this only. And the same stress versus strain, basically. Yield, where, yield strength, what is yield strength, toughness, everything you get from this graph. Yield strength, what is the yield strength? What is the toughness? When you integrate this, you get the, what is the strength of that material? What is whether the material is brittle or plasticity, you can also get that. So optical characterization. So this is the TEM. TEM data you can see here. I'm sure the density is 8.8 mg per ml. This is 20 nanometer. 20 nanometer scale you are looking here. Okay. This is completely 3D network. You can also see here, it's a very uniform, but you can see little bit, there is a kind of not so great, uniform. As I mentioned, it's a big challenge. It's not easy. Whatever, still you can change the methodology. Okay. From here you can see isotropic network, definitely, completely, right? You can see from here also. Achieved large surface area, high dispersion status of nanotubes. When you stress the material, and you can also see there is alignment. We can't able to see exactly on the screen, but there is alignment actually. Okay. You can also see your alignment here. It's very hard to see, but in this scale, there is alignment. So aligned composite, as I mentioned, definitely have a more mechanical properties. This is the data I reproduced of the Nature paper. So this is the Nature paper that that it came from our group. Okay, and we got actually Nature nanotechnology. So wonderful, like it act like a sponge. Elastic material completely. For that work only, before joining in that group, I have gone through this paper. It was my dream to reproduce that data first because that grant is related to bare material. So I have to reproduce that work, then begin. The professor Muhammad Islam would like to see my work, the way I reproduce. So I have done this work. Okay, and this is a wonderful work actually. And you can also measure the porosity with the microcomputer tomography. How much porous material also you can get to know that. This is the paper you can see. Before I joined that, there was a postdoc. There is a PhD student. Kim is from Taiwan. And O is another postdoc who was working before me. before I joined that group, and we got actually, graphene coated carbon nanotube, act like a sponge. So that was really, when I was doing PhD, I gone through the final, like when I submit that my thesis, I saw that paper. I just contacted that professor. He was like, immediately replied to my email. So I mentioned it was my passion to work with you, and I have excited a lot about this work. Immediately we had an interview and I got a position. So it was really wonderful work by that group. So this is also, we did not publish this data. We just submitted recently to Results in Materials, Elsewhere Journal, just 15 days back. But still, you can see actual data, how it works. So actual data, the stress versus strain. And here you can have a 3 lines, right? Red one, green one, dark one. What are those? And the right side also you have a graph, right? So as now we are looking mechanical properties in both directions. We stretch the composite, right? We want to see the mechanical properties aligned direction and the perpendicular direction. So we have done both, and you can see your graphs when you are doing the parallel means aligned direction. The mechanical, the modulus is very high. The straight is the curve, modulus is high, right? Slope is very, very high, right? When you have the line like this, slope become a very high. When you have a inclined like 45 degrees is lower slope. So the red one has actually aligned composite. Okay, the green one is the perpendicular one, and the normal one, the dark one is the normal one. I mean random basically. Okay, so you can see the how mechanical properties varies, and this is very important to record and very important to enhance, in particularly in aligned direction. On the right side, we have extracted the parallel direction and perpendicular direction. You can see the differences in the modulus. 18 gigapascal, 17 gigapascal. Definitely there is an anisotropy. From this graph, from this material, okay, the left side one, parallel one we got 50 gigapascal, perpendicular we got 18 gigapascal. So what is the difference you can see here? This is a big, anisotropy, right? So they could have a wonderful, applications in, especially, aerospace, industrial applications. So you can see here also, I just want to show you only 2 graphs in order to clearly see that graphs, how, 50 gigapascal and 18 gigapascal. That comes from the slope. You have to measure the slope from the, how do you calculate the slope? You have a raw data, right? From raw data, you can get that slope. Okay. So from here, we got actually very high, anisotropy. So here you can see that we are also trying to see how much anisotropy, right? To give the data for the industrial application, they will ask, what is the advantage? You are doing the research with our grant. We are expecting some, insight from your work in order to use industry, right? So anything that you are designing in industry, definitely the first you have to do the research. So here the first panel is basically modulus versus CNT concentration. Like 0 means there is no carbon nanotubes, right? Anisotropy, see how it improved, very high, right? From 0 to 1, almost like a 0.9 like that. So between the aligned composite and parallel direction. So now thermal analysis. So what is the point of doing thermal? Definitely in order to understand the mechanical properties, enhancement, we need to know the supporting, right? How do you say where mechanical properties are higher in one direction? You need to see other techniques. You need to have the data to support that one. So DSC kind of gives that integration, like whether the material, whether the interaction between the pillar and polymer, how they like interact, like how they are like interlinked in order to improve the mechanical properties. So you can see here PVA is the polymer that we use for only stretched one. Normal one we use the TPU polymer. So stretched, you can see the peaks, how the peak changing. Stretched one, the melting peak become a narrower. Steeper one is actually not stretched one. The green one is actually perpendicular direction. Red one is actually aligned direction at a 12% of the CNT loading. So the melting peak suppressed in the direction of alignment. Due to what? Reduction of the crystallinity. That gives actually supporting. When you are stretching in one direction, what happened? Crystallinity increases, right? The crystal, it becomes a crystalline more. Pore size decreases. And we also, as I just mentioned, DMA also there to see the real part and imaginary part of Young modulus, and glass transition also will get it, and delta versus temperature. The peaks is basically glass transition for a pristine polymer. Then for composite, blue and green one for the composites, you can see how glass transition changes when you mix, when you align composite in one direction, or you can clearly see that melting peak changes, right? A glass transition changes. And here basically realizational problem like G prime and G double prime will get a data here, real part and imaginary part of Young modulus. From that we extract the Young modulus by square root of the real part square plus imaginary part square in order to match that tensile modulus. So you can ask us, can we get exactly same with using DMA and Enstron? It should not be same, but very close. It should be, right? It should be very close. For any given material, the mechanical strength, mechanical properties should be kind of close. Whatever technique you do to extract it, right? So this gives actually why it's not so same, because we are running the temperature here, right? We are not doing at room temperature. We are also varying the temperature. When you vary the temperature, what happens? Tell me, the material becomes softer, right? When you heat the composite material, it's a polymer. When you increase the temperature, definitely it becomes a soft and modulus become a down. We cannot compare this modulus with the tensile modulus. But at a particular temperature, it should be kind of close at a given temperature. So now it's a thermal analysis of TGA, thermogravimetry analysis. It's basically TGA gives thermal stability. Why do we need thermal stability? So thermal stability, of course, it's the material should stable in up to certain range of temperature, right? So here we would like to see that the temperature, like here the weight, we keep in there is a panel over there. We keep the material inside. It goes into the vacuum where there is a sample holder, right? Then we change the temperature. So when you vary the temperature, you can clearly see at a zero. We run from the 25 degrees room temperature. Let's say at 25, it's room temperature and the weight doesn't change, right? But when you increase the temperature, what happened? Tell me. decompose something, right? If there is any water particle, if you go like 150 degrees, water is gone. You can see different peaks here. Degrade, like when you go from the higher 300, 400, 500, still there is a material. If I keep polymer, what happened? Tell me. If I keep a polymer, completely decomposed, right? But if I keep a composite, what happened? It did not. Why? Confinement, nano confinement effect here. When you keep it, a paper, it burn, right? When you keep the, when you wrap the paper with something, definitely it burn at a higher temperature, right? So something like that, the polymer is wrapped around the nanoparticle, nanotubes. So even at 800 degrees, the polymer, the black one is the polymer, it completely gone. But the green one and the red one, aligned one on both directions. We have two samples. One is the aligned sample, parallel direction, and the other one is the other one actually. I mean, both are same, because when you keep in the panel, it doesn't matter, right? This experiment doesn't give anything like align and not align, because it's just burning. You're keeping the material, let us go. It just burn. So it doesn't give the much information related to the aligned direction and parallel perpendicular direction. So maybe little bit difference, green and red, very little variation, but both are same. Compared to polymer, pristine polymer, you can clearly see that there is a still sample is left even at 800 degrees. On the right side, we extracted that peak from this data. When you differentiate this data on the first graph, you get the second graph to see this degradation of the composite, how it degrades as you increasing the temperature. And the peaks clearly say that the at 500 degrees, about 490 or 500, it's completely like a sudden jump, burning more at that temperature. The initial like 200 degrees, like whatever the moisture is there, whatever the water is there, water molecule is there, that will first evaporate, right? Then later on the backbones, polymer backbone is there, right? The polymer also started burning, right? So kind of like some polymer, they're not actually aligned perfectly along the nanotubes, which are actually like free. They started burning. So which are actually wrapped around the nanotubes, they still they are still with the composites even at 800 degrees. Okay. So the thermal stability enhanced for composite due to nano confinement. You can do this experiment in the nitrogen and air, etc. For basically application, industrial application, they ask you to do in a air actually. So Raman spectroscopy kind of it gives the information related to the nanotubes, and I'm sure you might have information regarding this D bands, G bands of carbon nanotubes. What are the D bands? What are this actually? Wall defects. When you combine with the nanotubes with the polymer, wall defects are there. Because of wall defects, you can see small peaks initially. But when you go for a higher 1500, there is a shift actually. Pristine, the red one is actually completely nanotubes. Green one is composites. You cannot able to see with this scale, there is a shift actually. D and G band peak shifted about 11 centimeter inward in the for composite sample compared to the pristine CNTs. We are not doing for the polymers here. Polymer peaks are not like this. It has a complete scale, different scale. You cannot have the Raman shift with 400 to 3000. That are the lower bands. So I did not put that polymer data here. We cannot compare that. We can keep it aligned composites and only nanotubes. So we can compare that. Okay. So here you can clearly see that we would like to see actually electrical conductivity. For kind of like, electronic industry, definitely they would ask, electrical properties. So as we know that when you align composite in one direction, you would expect more electrical property, more electrical enhanced properties in the aligned direction. Okay, so that you can clearly see that, this is a resistance measurement. From that we calculate the electrical conductivity by using the 4-probe method. We can do it 2-probe and 4-probe. I have compared both actually. Most of the time I used to do simple 2-probe only, because in order to do the 4-probe, you have to go to the central facilities, get the permission, it takes. But 2-probe I have designed very simple setup to calculate the electrical conductivity. So electrical test, on these composite PVA with CNT aerogel composites, we got parallel direction 0.5 Siemens per centimeter, and perpendicular direction, as you expect, see how different. It's a big difference, right? So the electrical conductivity is 10 times higher in parallel than the perpendicular direction. So which basically industrial people are looking, there should be some, different. When you are looking industrial application, aerospace or some other applications, so definitely they would expect kind of like difference in line and perpendicular direction. So coming to the summary, let me summarize the results. So the CNT alignment gives rise to improvements in both electrical conductivity and mechanical properties measured in the CNT direction. So we have got a maximum improvement in modulus of the composite due to the CNT and polymer alignment. So we got it like a 280% at 12 weight% loading. The modulus is lower in perpendicular direction, which is due to the higher restriction of polymer chain. You can know that, like, definitely the modulus is lower in the perpendicular direction. There is a, most of the nanotubes align in parallel direction, right? Aligned direction. When you're trying to measure the perpendicular direction, there is it doesn't, have the higher mechanical strength. So there is a kind of like, if I ask someone to go from first bench to last bench in crossing the benches, it's very hard, right? But if I ask the person to go like a straight way, he can easily go. Something like that. So in a parallel way, it's easy to enhance, but perpendicular, definitely there is a lot of restrictions, boundaries between the nanotubes. So electrical conductivity also improved for composites compared to the pristine polymer. And we have also observed that thermal stability improved with TGA. And we have done DSC thermal analysis with DSC, which gives the actually crystallinity, like how much it improved the crystal behavior. So applications, you can see ancient buildings, Great Wall of China. It's made with the composites. You can see that. Material, composite material, that's a clay, but it's a composite, not single material. Modern construction, you can see that we have been using composite material, steel, cement, whatever the material we mix it, this is a composite, cement, steel, wires, etc. It's a modern construction. And Boeing 787 also, they ask actually, align composites. Fibers, carbon fibers, composites, even for these also they need a composite material to have the, inside they keep the different material. If you could have observed, there are various material. Latest, if you can go in the market, see that, mattresses they have a one different, you have a, mattress like, 10,000 to 1 lakh or 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs. It depends upon the materials, right? And lot of applications, helmet, shoe industry. Thank you so much, Professor Muhammad Islam, Carnegie Mellon University, Department of Material Science and Engineering, for supporting NSF grant and Bayer Material. And there is a, is there, right? Okay. Yes, this is I don't want to go for this paper. This is the actually sorry. I just want to spend like 2 minutes or 5 minutes max. I don't want to. This is a very, very interesting paper we have done with the already published RSA advances with the collaboration of MIT Harvard. It's a wonderful paper, mechanical properties of silver coated electrospun composite scaffold for antibacterial applications, like a wound healing application, tissue engineering applications. So we have used the so basically, you know, chronic wound or burn does heal quickly. Does not actually, sorry, does not heal quickly. There are some wounds, they don't heal quickly. Okay. So skin is the large organ, as we all know that it requires, you know, when you have a wound, definitely takes time to heal. So you need to have a kind of material or band-aid in order to protect the bacteria, right? So that's the kind of application we have been looking. So bacterial infection not only hinder the wound, but also it causes the death in severe cases. Okay, one promising strategy for wound management, okay, against the bacterial infection is the wound dressing. Like surgeries, you can take about a surgeries, whatever. Okay, in that case, you need to have the material on top of the dressing material. It's a very, very important in order to prevent from the bacteria. So this kind of, you know, very dangerous disease, kind of bacterial, you know, chronic wounds actually, it takes so much time to heal. For that, you know, it's a very, you need to have the kind of dressing material to protect from the bacteria in order to heal quickly. So, but scientists have been, you know, designing a synthesis with the various composites, you know, MgO, CuO, CNT, but they're not so efficient to, you know, protect from the bacteria. So as we all know that silver is a good one to use antibacterial applications, right? So we have we use the PGS is the polymer, biopolymer, and PCL. Both are the biopolymers. We made a composite PGS PCL composites. So PGS is a kind of like, you know, it has a applications in tissue engineering. Like you use this material like a band-aid kind of, like, you know, when you have a surgery, in future actually, it's a simply tape actually. They don't even stitch. Now they are using the stitching with a material decompose into the body itself. But later, very soon, we don't have any stitching also. Just to get they bring together skin, they apply the tape, which basically like a basically bind two layers, and within a short while, it becomes like a normal skin. That is exciting to see actually. So that technology is going on, research is going on from MIT Harvard. I'm sure very soon we're going to have that technology in the market. And mostly you can see the Google PGS, PCL, everybody using the biopolymers, you know, biomedical engineering, tissue engineering application. Very, very good polymer to use. It's basically biodegradable polymers, okay? And you know, type of wound dressing materials, you can make that. It's a PGS is a biodegradable polymer, which basically, you know, variety of biomedical, it has applications. It exhibit the biocompatibility, biodegradability, but it has high relevant, you know, biomedical applications. PCL is also kind of like, you know, very good polymer to use, but it's a crystalline. Okay. And PGS has wonderful, properties in various fields of tissue engineering. Okay, you can see here drug delivery, wound healing, tissue engineering, lot of applications with PGS. This is the kind of molecular structure of PGS, and we basically fabricated composites of PGS PCL with using the electrospinning actually. So you have this, as you can see here, this is the, with electrospinning, you have this kind of filler structure, polymers. Okay, but that's not a single polymer, it's composite polymer, right? So it has a wonderful properties. Okay, and what we have done in this paper, so we fabricated the PGS PCL composites, then with using this spin coating, with using the sputtering technique, we basically allowed the AG coating on this composite PGS PCL scaffold. So electrospinning, we got the composites. On top of that, again, what we have done, we are looking actually antibacterial applications, right? So on top of that, we basically coated with a silver coating, sputtering, by using a sputtering technique. So with the different layers. So why? So AG coating helps or prevent from the bacteria. So let us say that is a kind of band-aid. On top of that, there is a coating of silver, and back there is a biopolymer composites. When you apply that on a wound, simply it prevents from the bacteria. So this is the electrospinning technique. Yes, exciting images of the PGS PCL SEM images, 1 micron scale. See, what is this actually? Here we are trying to extract the morphology, size, what is the porosity. We would like to see that. Okay, then we would like to see actually coating, silver coating. There is a dots, right, on white spots on the fiber. Those are actually silver particle. But other silver particles also there, you cannot able to see that. Everywhere there is a particle, silver nanoparticle. So that will actually protect from the bacteria. Okay. And again, we have extracted the mechanical properties from that. It's very important to extract the mechanical properties of those biocomposite material with a silver coating. And that will have the wonderful applications in biomedical applications. So I don't want to take valuable time. So if I get an opportunity to speak this work in another, definitely I'm very happy to share. So thank you so much for giving this opportunity to speak my work. Very, very happy. Thank you one and all.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful session. And to catch up your vast knowledge is a bit difficult at this juncture. That's the reason we ask the students to draw the graphs and learn how to read the graphs. So all I was showing were the graphs for different the physical constants and physical variables, right? You have to learn from that. At this point of time, I welcome all the participants who have come from different colleges. Real City College welcomes you all, especially Senior Assistant Professor Dr. Kanchanalata Madam and others. Names I don't know, but still it is a warm welcome for you all. Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of Department of Physics, we would like to felicitate our dear sir, Dr. K. Parvatalu, for his hard work in organizing this event, as well and presenting such a good work to us. It's a time to for felicitation. Please join us. Yeah, any questions? I'm sorry, it's a interaction session. Any questions? Any participants from online?
Yes. Yes. Like 0.1, 0.2, very dilute. Like yes, polymer is very, very light in weight fraction. If you 1 micron is the length, 10 to 15 diameter, high aspect ratio. If you increase the width, it becomes low aspect ratio. So we are looking actually a higher length, lower diameter. That gives the wonderful mechanical properties. Yes. For nanotubes, synthesizing the carbon nanotube, definitely there is a optimum technology to control length and diameter. We have done actually Bayer material, Bayer multi-wall carbon nanotube. We have synthesized. I got a grant from Bayer Materials, so it's our job to synthesize nanotubes and characterize all the mechanical everything. With that knowledge, we were actually unable to improve the length by keeping the lower diameter. We have tried a lot, but multi-walls we face a lot of issues. Whereas single wall already developed by some other groups, they have done like 1 micron, up to 1 micron they have done. Minimum diameter up to 10. It's a very unique, but multi-wall we have faced a lot of issues. Coming to nanoparticle, gold, silver, those things are really wonderful. I have done that work also, synthesis of gold nanoparticle and silver nanoparticles. That I have 2 journals published in plasmonic journals. Wonderful work actually that is also. We were actually looking at stability of gold nanoparticles and silver nanoparticle. That's very important to keep the, whatever you synthesize the nanoparticle or for a while. So in that point of view, we have done with various solvents, various methodologies to improve the stability. There actually you can control the spherical different shapes by varying the temperature. I have done synthesis very controlled manner. Silver nanowires, particle, spherical shape, different shapes we can control there by varying other parameter. Diameter. Yes. Nanowire could be, you can grow, I think, very high compared to nanotubes without having any difficulty. I done that work in IISc Bangalore with the help of this Nafisa, who has given a wonderful presentation yesterday. We both actually trying to improve the nanowires, but we didn't go behind the whatever there in literature. So we tried, but it is a possible. You need to spend time. I think it is a possible. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. What's your name? Pawan. Thank you, Pawan. Wonderful questions. Thank you so much.
Any more queries from online? May I expect 1 or 2? Yes, please.
Scanning electron microscopy, basically why we use that? We want to see the structure, right? Morphological structure. What scale is important, right? It depends upon your work, metal composites or polymer composites or nanotubes or nanoparticles, whatever. Depend upon the resolution that you are looking. It gives the kind of like whether the material is uniform dispersion Is there any bundling? Is there any aggregation? Is there any porosity? Porous, you can get it porosity also from that, but you can't get exact information. There is a technique to calculate the porosity. Mostly we use for to know the structure of any material that you are characterizing. That's why.
Thank you, sir. Any more? So thank you for your wonderful session. Let us finish this session with a felicitation. Please come forward. All the participants also are welcome. Anybody is interested to share their presentation? Yeah? We will finish off because it is only 12:25. Still we have for 5 minutes, sir. 5 minutes. Huh? Lunch, we'll have paper presentations. This is scholar from Dr. N from Pavan Kumar
Engineering College.
from Mathrusri Engineering College. He is going to present his work in this time.
just huh? Just introduction about. Good afternoon to one and all. Mr. N. Pawan Kumar, he is my co-researcher in Dr. Professor P. Venugopal Reddy's our lab, and he is very active while doing his PhD work, because I have seen his work during the PhD course, and he is very much active not only in the research or in many of the social activities, cultural activities, and also is a very, very genius person. He worked after completion of his PhD. He worked at NIT Warangal for a few years. Later, he worked in DRDO as a project fellow, and now he is working as some engineering college. So maybe he is going to present on his work. So he is going to enlighten the nanomaterials. So because the applications of nanomaterials, so far we have listened from various audience. His style of expression, he is going to give the details now. Thank you, Pawan, for accepting to present. Okay. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everyone. In fact, it's a great privilege for me to present my research work in front of my teachers, Dr. Vasudev Reddy sir, and my senior teacher, Chinni Krishna sir, and my friend Bhim Raj. So we worked together in Vasundhara Engineering College. I'm very thankful, sir, thankful to you, especially for Government City College. I have a small interaction with the Government City College earlier also. So two MSc students from in the year from 2016 or 2018, Hari and Raju. So they worked, we worked together in DRDO lab for 6 months, and that Hari is in Italy now. He just completed his MTech and he is trying for PhD. So really, I'm very happy to be here today and to be a part of this thing. So you can easily understand that how your teachers are motivating you guys here towards higher studies in abroad. Again, Hari is a normal guy with a lot of zeal. So he grabbed the opportunities and he is in the best position now. Okay, so all the best for Hari and all the best to you guys also. Maybe there are many Haris in this class today. So you are really lucky to have this kind of excellent researchers as teachers here. So try to utilize this facility. Thank you. And today I would like to tell you about one concept called Magneto-Caloric effect. Okay, so I worked on Magneto-Caloric materials from the year 2018 under the supervision of Professor P. Venugopal Reddy sir. And we taught started learning physics basics from Vasudev Reddy sir. From my BSc second year, he taught us optics and thermodynamics. And during my PhD time, Chinni Krishna sir told me how to fit the curves and all. Still I remember, sir, whatever the fittings I am doing now. So that's all I learned from Chinni Krishna sir only. So very thanks, sir. I think this is the platform for me to thank Chinni Krishna sir from here. So let us go to the work. So this talk contains basically two parts. One is what are multiferric materials and what are the applications of multiferric materials in especially magnetic refrigeration. So first, before going to discuss about the materials, let me tell you what are ferromagnetic materials. We all know from the basics a ferromagnetic material, so in which we can control the magnetization of a material with a magnetic field, right? That is called hysteresis curve. You can see that hysteresis curve. Okay, so you can control the magnetization of a material with the applied magnetic field. And if you take the ferroelectric material, you can control the polarization of a material with the applied electric field. Those are called ferroelectric materials. But the beauty of multiferric, see, multi means more than one. Okay, if you take a material, if it is exhibiting both the properties, in fact both are opposite to one another if you see in physics point of view, because if a material want to exhibit magnetism, it must have at least one lone pair of electron in the orbital. But to exhibit a ferroelectric material, there must be empty d orbital. So both are connected to one another, but still metals are exhibiting both the properties, ferroelectric property as well as ferromagnetic property in a single material. Such materials are called multiferrite materials. So what? So what? If there are two properties in a single material, then what is the advantage? See, the advantage is that you can control the, for example, if you see that last curve, if you see this curve, you can control the magnetization with the help of electric field also. So what is the advantage of controlling the magnetization with electric field here? We know when we copy the data into CD, you know this process, right? Copying the data into CDs, right? So there we will use magnetic CDs. If you see CD, it consists of a magnetic layer which we magnetize to store the data, right? In that process, we are generating magnetic field to magnetize the magnetic material on the CD. But instead of producing magnetic field, even if you can use this material, even with the electric field only, you can control the magnetization of the material, so that these metals can be used as a power saving materials. Okay, so you need not to, for example, if you want to generate magnetic field, you need to apply more power. But here that much high power is not required. So that is the advantage of having these metals. And also, if we have this material, we can combine both the ferroelectric and magnetic domains in a single material, so that you can store the data in two multiple states. Okay, so these can be used as a multiple storage devices also. These are the applications of, regular applications of these materials. But I am talking about different applications of these materials, that is magnetocaloric materials. So I'm not going into the much details of these multiferrite materials. So there are different types of multiferrites actually with the different compositions. So we have chosen RMNO3 kind of multiferrite materials where R is a rare earth. So based on the ionic radius of the rare earth, the structure will be changes. For example, if the ionic radius of the rare earth is small, it will crystalline as hexagonal materials. And if the ionic radius is higher, they will undergo orthorhombic structure multiferrite materials. So there are different kinds of multiferrite materials, but there is a some drawback in these materials, that the transition temperatures of all these materials are at low temperatures. So that is the only drawback we are having, but people are working to improve the transition temperatures of these materials by doping with different materials and also by making some composites. So these are called single phase multiferrite materials, and people are working, as sir said, people are using composites also. They are taking one ferroelectric material and one ferromagnetic material, they are combining together, and those materials even at the room temperature they are exhibiting some magnetoelectric effect. Okay, so but I am talking about only here single phase multiferrite materials. So next one, people did lot of work on these electronic applications of these materials, but very few started the magnetocaloric applications of these materials. So what is magnetocaloric effect, what are its applications, I will tell you in the next slides in detail. So before that, let me tell you the materials. So I have chosen RMNO3 materials, so where R is a rare earth element. This is the structure of the material. So first of all, we prepared these RMNO3 materials through Sol-Gel method, and we calcined at 900 degrees centigrade and sintered at 1300 degrees centigrade. And these are the X-ray diffraction patterns of the samples. So we concluded that the samples are single phase, there are no secondary phases, and we also calculated the lattice parameters of the materials for all the sample. And you can see the goodness of it. You cannot see here. You can see backside of this there is a goodness of fit of the graph. So those values are less than 2, indicates that how the experimental values or fits are exactly matching with the theoretical one. Next one, the main characterization which I am using to characterize the materials for magnetocaloric applications are specific heat studies. I have done this characterization in IUC Indoor with Dr. Raju Rawat sir. So they developed this own method that is called semi-adiabatic heat pulse method. So they will give a short heat pulse to the material so that the temperature of the material rises. So in that way they measured the specific heat of the material at different temperatures. So you can see these are the patterns of the specific heat patterns of the samples. You can see here y-axis is specific heat and x-axis is temperature. If you see the temperature, we measured the specific heat from 2 Kelvin. From 2 Kelvin to 2 Kelvin means approximately minus 269 or minus 270 degrees centigrade. So we took our sample up to the temperature with the help of liquid helium, and we started measuring the specific heat of the samples up to the room temperature. But here I am showing only up to 70 degrees centigrade, because whatever the transitions these metals are exhibiting, they are all only in the region of less than 50 Kelvin. Okay, if you carefully observe these materials, you can see there is a small change in the curve at this particular temperature, called let's say some 55 degrees in a samarium magnet sample, and in European magnet sample also approximately at the same temperature you can see. But if you see in the remaining materials, this GDMNO3 and TBMNO3 and DYMNO3, if you see the sample, there are 3 transitions in each material. So let me tell you what are those transitions here. So the first transition is called Anti-Ferromatic Transition. Anti-Ferromatic transition with respect to the ordering of manganese ions. Then on further cooling, there is a breaking of centrosymmetry of the material, so which leads to the ferroelectricity of the material. On further decreasing the temperature, you can see another transition here below 10 Kelvin, which is due to the ordering of rare earth ions. But interestingly, if you see the effect of magnetic field on this material, if you see this graph, there is a clear effect of magnetic field. See, this black curve is under 0 Tesla, means without magnetic field, and green one is under 2 Tesla magnetic field, and red one is under 5 Tesla magnetic field. So with the effect of magnetic field, there is a clear change in the transition at below 10 Kelvin, and the remaining other 2 transitions are not much affecting. So clearly indicating that the magnetic field effect is there at the low temperature transition. So this is the phenomena which I explained regarding the different transitions. So now let me tell you this magnetocaloric effect. What is this magnetocaloric effect? You can see the term. So magnetocaloric. Magnetic means magnetism. Caloric means heat. Right? Caloric means heat or temperature. Means we are controlling the temperature with the help of magnets. Right? So magnetocaloric means heat. Magnet means magnet simply. Okay. So we are controlling the temperature of the material with the help of the magnets. That is called magnetocaloric effect. If you see the applications, what are the applications of this magnetocaloric effect? You know, these days we are all using gas compression technology for the refrigeration. You can take refrigerators, or you can take our ACs. Okay, so there we are using gas cylinders. We are circulating that through certain kind of pipes with the particular pressures and all. So with that we are decreasing the temperature of the inside material. I mean inside the refrigerator or air cooler. Right. So but there are certain limitations to use these kind of gases. So to avoid that, this technology can be used. This technology is called solid state refrigeration, because we are using solid state materials. No gases are required here. That is called solid state refrigeration. This is also called magnetic refrigeration. Means you can get the refrigeration with the help of magnets. So the advantage over the conventional refrigeration is you need not to use gases first. Then the size will be reduced. There will be no noise. And you can reduce the power also. You can reduce the power. See, generally, these days, everybody is having ACs, but only we will switch on only during the summer. So because we are afraid of the electricity bills, right? So if we use this magnetic refrigeration, you need not to worry about electricity bills also, because they will consume very, very less power. So that is the advantage of having this magnetic refrigeration. So they are eco-friendly also. They will not harm. You can see how a magnetic material can reduce the temperature of the surroundings. Okay, you can see this process here. You see the first step. So you take a magnetic material first. Let us assume this is my magnetic material. So when there is no magnetic field, we know from the definition of ferromatic materials, when there is no magnetic field, all the domains or all the spins will be aligned in random directions. Am I right? So this we have studied in Weis theory or domain theory in our magnetism. Right? So the same material, let us assume. So this is a material with different orientations of the spins. Let us assume the temperature is T. The temperature of the material is T. Now, what we have to do, you apply the magnetic field. You apply the magnetic field to that material. So what will happen? We know from the hysteresis curve, when you increase the magnetic field, all the domains will align in the field direction. Right? So that is happening here. You can see, you can easily observe here. So here all the domains are random direction, but here all are aligned in the applied field direction. So means the entropy decreases. The entropy of the material decreases, and it will produce as a heat. It will produce as a heat. So simply to say, if you increase the magnetic, if you apply the magnetic field, what will happen? The temperature increases. Sir, but you told about decrease in temperature, but you are telling about increase in temperature. But don't worry about it. This is only first step. So now what will happen? The temperature of the material increased to T plus delta T. Let us assume delta T is the increase in temperature. So now the temperature of the material at this particular stage, it becomes T plus delta T. Now what do you have to do? You remove the heat. You can see here minus Q. You remove the heat from the sample. How to remove the heat? you can use some kind of fluids, that may be gas fluid or that may be liquid fluid. You can circulate it around the sample so that you can remove the heat. Next one. Next step is, after removing the heat, again, by keeping the magnetic field, we are removing the heat. So that's why you can see they are all aligned in the field direction, but we removed the heat. Now the temperature, again, it is equal to T. Right? So what is the difference between first green one and second green one? Alignment. Alignment is the change. Okay, but the temperature is same. Now at the final step, what you can do is, you make adiabatic condition. Adiabatic condition means you separate the material from the surroundings. So heat cannot be go inside and heat cannot be go out. Okay, you create such kind of atmosphere, then you remove the magnetic field. Then you remove the magnetic field. So what will happen, any ferromatic material, when you remove the magnetic field, it will try to come to its original position. So, but it needs some energy to come to the original position. But we are creating adiabatic conditions. So there will not be any heat flow to inside or outside. So what it will do, it will use its internal energy to come to original position. So during that step, the temperature of the material reduces. Okay, so first we started with the T temperature, now we reached T minus delta T. So with this technique, we can reduce the temperature from T to delta T. Right, this is called magnetocaloric effect or magnetic refrigeration. See, why I am telling this is, this delta T is important. As madam said earlier, we should understand the language of the graphs. Okay, we should understand the language of the equations and also values. So what it indicates. So throughout my experiment, next slides, I will just focus on these values and what we can understand from the graphs and what we can understand from these values. Right? So let us see one by one. And next one, this is the first commercial magnetic refrigerator which developed by a UK company in the year 2016. So these are the curves which we use to measure the magnetocaloric effect. So first we measure the entropy. So from the formula, you can see this formula, entropy is equal to integral of Cp by T. So we are measuring specific heat and we are measuring specific heat under different magnetic fields. Okay, so from that we can measure the entropy versus temperature. So that will give this kind of curve. Okay, so this x-axis difference will give you entropy and along y-axis it will give you the delta T. So delta T and delta S, these are the two important parameters which will define the capacity of a magnetic material. Which will define the capacity of a magnetic material which can be used as a magnetic refrigerant. This delta S must be high. Delta S, what is delta S? Delta S is called entropy. Means you have to create the disorderness or you have to reduce or you have to control the entropy. Right? And also delta T. For example, in earlier graph, if you see the delta T, if delta T is more means, let us say initially the temperature is 200. If delta T is 50, you can reduce the temperature to 150 degrees. Right? If delta T is 100, you can reduce the temperature from 200 to 100 degrees in a single cycle. Okay, so if your delta T is very high, you can say that it is a good material for the magnetic refrigeration. Okay, so let us see one by one how the values are changing in different materials. So as I mentioned, these are the different techniques which we use to measure the magnetocaloric effect. There are direct methods and indirect methods, but in direct methods there will be a lot of error, so we are going for indirect methods. So especially I'm using heat capacity measurements to measure the magnetocaloric effect. So as I said, this is the entropy. You can clearly see in this graph. This black one is under 0 Tesla, red one is under 2 Tesla, green one is under 5 Tesla. If you carefully observe this, yeah. Okay. So you can see here, you can see the graph. This is delta S and x-axis is temperature. You can see this material. So what is the maximum entropy? That peak you can see that is approximately 1 joule per mole Kelvin. Okay. And if you see delta T, that side you can see delta T also. Delta T is how much? That is around 3 Kelvin. Means if you use that material, at this particular temperature, let us say you are unable to see this temperature. This is approximately 6 or 7 Kelvin. If you operate this material at 7 Kelvin, you can reduce the temperature to 3 degrees centigrade. For example, if it is 10 Kelvin, you can reduce it to 7 Kelvin. If it is 7 Kelvin, you can reduce it to 4 Kelvin. Okay, but these materials, as I said in the beginning, these materials are having low temperature transitions, so we cannot use for room temperature magnetic refrigeration. So during my PhD, I worked on these materials for the low temperature applications, especially for cryogenic cooling applications in space technology. Next. And these are the values which I summarized here. You can see this delta T value 1.5, 2.8 Kelvin, 5 Kelvin is a material in DyMnO3. So this metal is exhibiting almost 5 Kelvin at 5 Tesla magnetic field. And we compared our values with the literature also. So these values are in the range of the same materials, whereas other materials are single crystalline materials. But my materials are polycrystalline materials. Next. So as I mentioned earlier, earlier series, that RMNO3 series, which I told you, TBMNO3, GD and DYMNO3, they are all orthorhombic multiferric materials. And this is another multiferric material that is called HYMNO3. So from here onwards, the work I am presenting, which I worked in DMRL from 2016 to 2019. So this we worked on a holmium magnet sample, which is a hexagonal material. So this is X-ray diffraction of the material, and this is specific heat. You can compare. Remaining all the results are same, only the values are different. Because I worked on different materials to see how the magnetocaloric effect is changing in different materials. So you can see the delta T value here. This is almost 8 Kelvin, you can see. Under 9 Tesla magnetic field, this is almost 8 Kelvin in case of holmium magnet. So this clearly indicating that the value is very huge when compared to other orthorhombic materials. Next. So this I summarized. As I mentioned, this is my polycrystalline material of the present study, and I compared with the single crystalline materials. So this polycrystalline material reached almost 80% MC properties of the single crystalline materials, which we prepared in a simple way by using salt gel method. And this work we published in Applied Physics in the year 2019. Next, sir. And in the similar way, we have also calculated magnetocaloric effect in different CMR materials. So this we have done with my senior Chinnikrishna sir and Lalita madam. So we published that paper in Physica B journal in the year 2015. So these are different materials, and the advantage of these materials is the transitions are near to room temperature. The CMR materials are transitions are near to room temperature, whereas in multiferric metal the transitions are low temperature. When I started working on these multiferric materials, I realized that we have to work for the applications. So real applications comes at the room temperature only. So first I started low temperature, then slowly I moved to the room temperature materials by working on CMR manganites. Next, with the available facility in the DMRL, I started working on alloys also. Earlier, all the samples are oxide materials, which we prepared through salt gel method or solid state method. But in DMRL, I found that there is a opportunity to make the alloys. So then I started working on alloys, because the advantage with the alloys is that transitions are at around the room temperature. So I started working on these alloys also. So I'm not going into the details of the melting and extra structure and all. So because this is a very simple method, you take the stoichiometric ratios of gadolinium, silicon and germanium, and where we doped boron. So we started melting the materials and we started measuring the magnetocaloric effect. These materials also exhibiting very huge magnetocaloric effect. So you can see this delta S value is almost to 10 joule per Kelvin. And if you see the transitions also, these are all around room temperature. So this is the advantage of these alloys. Then after this GD is basically rare earth element. And we know there is we are getting, India is getting rare earths from mostly from China. But these days they are not exporting rare earth elements to any other countries. So there is a scarcity of rare earth elements. Then we slowly move towards rare earth free magnetocaloric materials, right? So this is another series called GDGA binary alloys. Means we have taken gadolinium, which is a room temperature best magnetocaloric material so far. And in alloy point of view, GD5 Si2Gu2, that is another alloy, which is a good material for magnetic refrigeration at room temperature. So we took gadolinium and we slowly doped GD. And the reason why I am putting this graph here is, sir, generally we will get a doubt as a student that, sir, how can you say that you are doping so many elements? Let us say 2-3 elements you are doping. How to know that all the elements are present in that or not? Right? You are telling that you are adding something. Sometimes you are telling that 0.01% I am adding. But how to know that? Is that material really is there or not? See, this is such graph, you can such a image you can see. So this bright region in every sample, in all the 3 images, especially in B and in D, the bright region indicates that particular element. Okay, so this is a kind of images you can use called EPMA studies. Then we also studied the magnetocaloric effect of these materials. So we observed there is an improvement in the magnetocaloric effect up to 0.5. Then again it started decreasing, and the transitions are transitions you can see in the pure sample it is 276, but the TC is reducing, which are not suitable for real-time applications. But the only advantage with this is the refrigeration capacity. The great observation or great achievement with this material is refrigeration capacity is very high. As I mentioned, we know delta S and delta T. Delta is indirectly related to this refrigeration capacity. It will indicate how much temperature we can reduce, okay, by using that material. If you see here, this is almost 644. The refrigeration capacity is 644, which is huge. Next. And then, as I mentioned, so without rare earth, I started working. We have chosen this nickel manganese indium alloy. There, in that we doped silicon. And again, we study the Magnetocaloric effect. So we observed that 12 joule per kilogram Kelvin, and in some material it is 20 also. Okay, so almost refrigeration capacity is almost 144 joule per kilogram Kelvin. When compared to rare earth materials, these rare earth free metals are having low magnetocaloric refrigeration values. But still, we are searching for a material without rare earth. So that's why even still these values also good in application point of view at the room temperature. But still we need to improve the transition temperature of the material towards the room temperature. Then I also, there are some clean room facilities in DMRL. So, but completely my work belongs to bulk materials, but with my curiosity, with the help of scientists there, I started working on thin films to learn how to fabricate the thin films and how to characterize them. I got the opportunity. So then, as I said, gadolinium is the best magnetocaloric element at the room temperature. So we took gadolinium and we sputtered that materials as a thin film. You can see we have taken silicon substrate and we coated the gadolinium and the capping layer as a tantalum. So these are the different conditions. So we use it to prepare the different GD thin films. So the thickness we varied from 100 nanometer to 1 micron. And again, here I'm presenting the results of only one sample, that is 100 nanometer sample, because we know with increasing thickness, obviously the magnetic properties increases. So that's why I took the maximum thickness sample, and we also measured the magnetocaloric effect. See, at the room temperature, around room temperature, you can see this is also exhibiting around 2.4 joule per kilogram Kelvin entropy change. So this is clearly indicating that these materials also having, I mean, we can use these materials also for microelectronic applications. So wherever you need very small regions like mobiles and all, if you need such kind of any application to cool the materials. For example, we know the material phone, mobile batteries are heating, right? So we can use this technology with the thin films. We can reduce the temperature of the batteries also. Batteries are any electronic component. When we see the conclusions at the outset, there are rare earth materials for the low temperature applications and rare earth free materials for the room temperature applications, and there are oxides and there are also alloys which can be used for the magnetic refrigeration applications. So I would like to thank my research guide, Professor P. Venugopal Reddy sir, for giving a wonderful opportunity to work in his lab, and also to our scientist in DMRL, Manavil Raja sir, Srinivas sir, and Arut Chelvan sir. And also I would like to thank our HOD sir in Master Engineering College and Principal sir for giving me opportunity to carry out the work even in our college also. And I would like to thank my seniors in our lab and also in my department, juniors, and especially my dear students. Thank you. So if you have any questions, please, you are welcome. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again to the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Pawan. So you have explained clearly about the magnetocaloric effect and how the magnets will control the temperature of the materials. So it is a wonderful session. So really it is a fantastic presentation by you. So thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Thank you all. So now so we have a small break for lunch. So ఉంటుందా అందరికి? So please join with us for lunch in the Department of Physics. So the next session will commence from 2 o'clock onward. 2 p. 1:20.
So thank you, sir. Pawan sir, it was really wonderful. I have a quick question. It's a kind of relate. Your work is materials are different, but the techniques that you have been doing related to my work also. Calorimetric extracting calorimetric properties. I have a question like how do you control the temperature and magnetic field, and the way, how do you control both the parameter? Do you keep one constant, or the other one vary, like how it works? And also one more thing, like how the temperature you are varying, like stepping, scan rate, like are you varying like 2 degrees per minute, or slow rates or high rate? I mean, definitely it would affect on the dynamics also of the material. So I just want to, I'm very much curious to know about that.
Regarding this controlling, based on the sample, we are controlling the temperature, sir. For example, as I mentioned, we measure the specific heat by varying the temperature at a constant magnetic field. So temperature, it depends on maximum 1 Kelvin, sir. Maximum 1 Kelvin, and if there is any sharp transition, we will go for even 0.5 Kelvin also. Even 0.5 Kelvin also, because this IUC indoor, they are having excellent facilities. No, they are using PPMS, sir. They are using PPMS, they are having, and squid they are having, and which I showed you, that is a controlled instrument is there, especially to measure the specific heat. So from the PPS, you can measure magnetization as well as resistance as well as specific heat also. So we can use, depending on our material, depending on the broadness of the transition, we will select the material and we will select the temperature also. So if there is a broad transition temperature, so we will go with 1 Kelvin. 1 Kelvin is enough. Otherwise, if there is a sharp transition, we will go for even 0.5 Kelvins. Magnetic field, for example, there are two methods to measure the magnetocaloric effect. One is from the magnetization. So what we will do, we will take these MH curves, MH isotherms at different magnetic fields, sorry, at different temperatures. X-axis is magnetic field, y-axis is magnetization, and we will take that curves at different temperatures. So the difference will give you the change in entropy. And the advantage with the specific heat, but most of the people are doing from the MH curves only, MH isotherms, but we are doing from specific heat. The reason is, we can measure even delta T also from the specific heat measurements, which we cannot measure from the magnetization measurements. That is the reason we are using. And in specific heat, we will do it without magnetic field, the 0 Tesla, and then we will apply the magnetic field, whatever you want. For example, if you want to measure 1 Tesla, 2 Tesla, up to 9 Tesla, it depends on the instrument. So if there is an effect of that magnetic field, we will measure it without magnetic field and with magnetic field. The difference will give you the delta S, that is change in entropy. Yeah, single phase, yeah, not composites, but I worked on composites also in DMRL, that is for magneto-electric energy harvesting applications. So there we took the barium titanate as a ferroelectric material, and this ferrite as a nickel ferrite as a magnetic material, ferromatic metal. We combined both and we measured alpha, that is magneto-electric coefficient. We measured for energy harvesting applications. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I could feel my work actually, like almost like we also kind of thermal analysis. We do the thermal analysis of polymer composites to extract the phase behavior, like dynamics, enthalpy, specific heat. But we use the MDSC or DSC. Here I think it's kind of different, but I can see all the graphs. Thank you so much for giving wonderful presentation. It's time for break. We will have another session in 1:30. So we have to complete, break 30 minutes. Then everybody should immediately join. Next presentation is from United Kingdom. Dr. Anasuya. She's from originally from West Bengal. She completed integrated MSc from Hyderabad Central University, and she moved to USA to complete her PhD. From there she moved to UK to complete her postdoc. So she's also going to deliver her talk 1:30. It's going to be very, very exciting. So definitely everybody should please join. Thank you so much for attending, all the participants online and physically. Session is over for morning session. We'll have another session. Will begin at 1:30. Thank you. Online participants, please be online. You can keep it in online, but complete your lunch, then join back. So you are in a present only. Don't disconnect. Don't exit from the Zoom. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So last session of the second day, we're going to start now with a great quotation by Einstein. If you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. If you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well. So this is the great quotation. So whenever like you have to, if you understand properly, you can explain easily. So this great quotation is a very important to keep in mind. Okay. So whenever you understand concept, you have to explain it in your own way in a simplistic method. Okay. So now with this, the speaker is from okay. Yes, it's the speaker is from UK, Dr. Ansuya Paul from UK. So now I request Dr. Chinikrishna sir is going to introduce her and with his valuable words. So now I hand it over to session to our Dr. Chinikrishna sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to one and all. So I welcome you all for the afternoon session. As for the scientific developments or eye, so which can observe only certain spectrum of light and which is very closer to our eye, and there is a lot of research is going on far away from our eye, so around some light years distance. So due to the development of the terrestrial telescopes, there is a huge development on the various solar systems. So it's far away from our place. In the same way, as for the quotation given by the famous physicist Richard Feynman, that there is a plenty of room at the bottom, so which was given on December 29th, 1959. So it is to be the birthday of theoretical nanotechnology and an invitation to a new field of physics. He is very interested in the possibility of more dense computer circuits and microscopes that can see things much smaller than is possible with scanning electron microscopes. These ideas were later realized by the use of scanning tunneling microscopes, atomic force microscopes, scanning probe microscopy, and storage systems such as Millipad made at IBM. So in these international conference, we are discussing about the smart nanomaterials. So actually they are defined as materials that can react to a large variety of stimuli by adopting their own properties such as shape, surface area, size, permeability, solubility, mechanical properties, and others. And nowadays people are concentrating on intelligent nanomaterials also. So they have the materials, they have appeared as one of the materials for the modern world due to their exemption, theoretical electronic, optical, and mechanical properties. So to enlighten the applications of the nanomaterials and nanotechnology in the medical field, So how the nanomaterials are used in the medical field. To explain about these things, we have an eminent personality with us today. So she is Dr. Anasuya Pal. So it's my pleasure to introduce about the madam. So Dr. Anasuya Pal, she is from, she is a postdoctoral research fellow, Department of Physics, University of Warwick, United Kingdom. She did her PhD in the same place. So sorry. So PhD in Order Disorder Phenomena Laboratory, Department of Physics, Worcester Polytechnic Institute, Worcester, USA. And her Master of Science in Physics from Worcester Polytechnic Institute, WPI, Worcester, USA. Some brief note about the madam. Dr. Pal has proven track record of high quality research activities with 7 journal articles and 2 book chapters, all peer reviewed publications in her PhD, so around 4.5 years time. This publication record during her PhD includes high impact factor journals, that is scientific reports, RSA advances, etc. Dr. Pal has showcased the glimpses of being a successful entrepreneur. Her many innovative and creative ideas received considerable praise from various research communities during her PhD at WPL. One such innovative idea was duly acknowledged by the Graduate Research Innovative Exchange by awarding her with a seed funding of around $12,000 from the Tinkerbox community to initiate her research activities in biocolloidal droplets. Apart from her regular research activities, Dr. Pal was also awarded for several outreach activities. Women's Research and Mentorship Program. So as a graduate mentor and ERE, that is Early Research Experience in E-Team, as a graduate liaison. She was also awarded the Best Mentoring Award for 2019-2020. She was the instructor for the 2020 MOS Tech program MIT. Her leadership and communication skills are acknowledged at different levels. Dr. Pal received a few awards for presenting papers, such as Best Presenting Award in CTMSC and IEM Physics 2021, and GSOFT Travel Award from American Physical Society, one of the biggest conference in physics. She is also supervised students of different age groups, 5 undergraduate and 9 high school students in her PhD lab. So with her big profile, now I request madam to deliver his presentation. So hand over to you, madam.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you so much
Yes,
for wonderful introduction, and I'm really happy to be part of this conference. And I don't have to say anything much about me because everything kind of explained. So thank you so much. So before I start, I don't know, I just wanted to tell that how much justice I will do in this conference, I have no idea, but at least I can make, because this is advances in smart nanomaterials. So I think I can provide you with some smart ideas that I can do. So to start with, I am going to talk about mostly the research area, which is kind of growing in terms of disease diagnosis. And I would like to give some ideas that are in a very initial stage in the whole literature, but it has a high potential as far as I can see. So I have contributed some in this droplet area, which is drying droplet community, and try to give the physicist perspective to this area. So just to start with, I will start with patterns and what we understand by the name patterns. So there are actually different types of patterns in nature, and as you can see, you can have if you have different variety of leaves, you can see different patterns there. If you have different the swirl patterns, or the river water river, the way the water flows in the river, if you actually look, you can actually find different patterns for that. It is also the case that we have liquid crystal. It's one of the phases in soft matter physics, and it is highly used for different purposes. So you can also find different patterns in liquid crystalline structures. And also you can find different patterns, let's say, if I just have to move the patterns as like cracks, like if the mud is dried enough, you can visualize the cracks. And also there are a lot of patterns in also, like, the snowflakes or the droplet itself. So so bubbles, for example. So the thing is, do we understand these patterns and what we mean by these patterns? Or as a physicist, you also want to know that why and how things are forming. I would like to go now what's the pattern, and then how I am connecting the patterns to the diseases. So here I'm showing you some slides for different diseases where people have looked different patterns and in the drying droplet. So what I mean by drying droplet is you just deposit a droplet on a surface and let it dry. So it will actually, the solvent present in the droplet will evaporate, and whatever you are seeing is basically the residue which is left over, right? So the question is now that people have looked at this slide. Actually, I'm showing you the comparison for 3 different samples where people have looked the dendrite crystal-like structures in the droplet when the droplet is taken from, or the blood is taken from the diabetic patients and the healthy people. So there you can clearly see the difference, right? The visual, our eye is so powerful that we can actually make the difference that, okay, that something is happening, and at least the diabetic patients, the patterns emerges in the diabetic patient blood droplets are different from the healthy people, right? Some more examples I would like to, like to give you the idea that what is available in the literature. Some of the literature which actually very fascinating, that they have collected many different samples, and if they have just rastered the whole parameter space, in the sense that how the morphology or the patterns are being different. So here I'm showing you different blood, again the blood serum droplets, but the first column is for the control. It means that it doesn't have any disease. But the next few columns, as you can see, it has breast cancer, it has lung cancer, it has some other in delivery, like there are so many diseases. If you look at the rows of these image, these are taken from 5 different patients or 5 different people. So because it is very important in an experimental domain that you reproduce the thing what you are doing it, right? So one sample is not enough. You have to do 5 or 10 depending on your specific domain. But we always do the repetition of at least 3 times to see that what we are seeing is actually not accidental and it can be reproducible. So you can see here that though it is from different people and we don't have any information other than that whether the person is having the breast cancer and the other underlying disease, maybe he or she is not diagnosed with any disease, but I think you already know that our equipments, whenever we go for testing, let's say blood sugar, blood pressure, or anything, the level it shows that okay, you have diabetes, you have this. It actually like you have to get out of that threshold, right? Then only that test can say that okay, you have diabetes. So my point is that we don't know what's going on inside that, that body, that patient or so. But surprisingly, or it's a good indication that 5 samples or so are showing a good reproducibility. So the next one is just not always black and white, because we love colors. And these are the blood droplets, and you expect, I think you already expected that to be red because blood is red in color, but the images can be processed into gray color and then it can be just shown. So here it is the real blood droplet. They don't pre-process the images, and you can see here that again there are 3 samples being taken and then healthy. And then for leukemia and tuberculosis, they are getting different patterns. You will think for now it's that, okay, now the question is it only possible for the blood? Because blood contains RBCs, WBCs, platelets. And it is like, blood only whenever we go for testing for sugar or any other stuff, it's mostly the blood. So you might now expect that okay, we always need human blood. So my point is that okay, I can skip this one. It is another the dry droplet for different people with different anemia, like the different disease condition. But what I like to point out here is that it's not the blood. It's not only the blood. That's what my point is. Whatever the human fluids are present, let's say it can be tear, it can be blood, it can be saliva, it can be your urine. So that's the one example I wanted to give, is that when the tear serum is being taken from the healthy body and it is taken for the glaucoma, early stages, developed stages, and the terminal stages, you can see that the patterns are very, very different. Okay. So with that, I wanted to give you the question now, that what we want to do as a physicist. As I said, why and how is very important for us, right? Like I understand then that these patterns are different, but do we really understand why it is making such difference? So whenever you have to come to a lab, and then you have to think of an idea that okay, we wanted to understand that, or we wanted to proceed some experiments, you should have a goal that what you want to do. So basically, this is our goal. It's you are standing in a one equilibrium state, and drying you can think of as an engine which is driving the mechanism, which is driving the whole fluid into a frozen state or a final state where all the solvent has been evaporated, and you left with the residue. But this is a totally out of equilibrium process, and we are going from one equilibrium point to another equilibrium point by just changing the chemical potential of that system. Okay. So our goal is to understand that process, and actually we don't understand, trust me. So what can we do is that we can keep that non-equilibrium process fixed, and we can study the initial state and the final state, and we can make the connection. So that's the question we are asking, that can we make the connection from the final to the initial state? And how can I make the process which is driven is the same, is basically you choose the same substrate, you choose the same size of droplet, you choose the same history of preparing the samples, you choose everything same, you choose the environmental condition to be same, so that you don't give another parameter to interpret or to ruin your thought process. So to achieve the goal, again, the problem is that the system, let's say the blood or any other multi-component system, it's very, very complex, right? So what you can do, how we will tackle the complexity. So now if I have to start with anything, I will not start with human blood, at least in the biocolloidal side. I will think of that what could be the simplest biocolloid, and I could think that as a protein, it's a simple biomolecule, and I can take two different biomolecules which are actually the most studied biomolecules or proteins in the field. So lysosome BSA is a blood protein which is derived from cows, and lysosome is actually found in our egg white, and also some lysosome particles are also found in our tears. So the question is how you will do the experiments, or how we will start the experiment. So it should be systematic approach, but you can start with the proteins, then you can increase the complexity or the hierarchy of the complexity by going into proteins plus liquid crystals, because we want to have some other different fundamental question which I would like to talk about later, and then the human blood, that whether we understand things. So the next is, if you have a system, let's say, which is very complex. Now you want to study that system, then how you will increase the hierarchy, or how you will study the multi-component. Let's say I have lysosome, which is one of the proteins, and the PBS, which is phosphate buffer saline, which means that it contains a different type of salts in a solvent. And then you have a liquid crystal, which I'm using thermotropic liquid crystal. So if I have to study this kind of a system, I don't have any idea what that system will do if I don't know that what are the components of those systems is doing. So what I have to do, I have to retract back the complexity and think of that, okay, what is the, every component you have to study. So PBS you can study as a droplet, PBS plus LC, then lysosome plus BBS, those, because you need a solution, right, to get into the droplet form. So that is the one way of explaining the idea. The other thing is what you exactly study. So you have to study the drying evolution. You want to have the, how the drying is actually making the difference. And also you have to study the dried morphology. So dried morphology actually can be studied both with optical microscopy, but you need microscopic microscopic information. So probably you need the scanning electron microscopy or AFM, something of that sort. We also want to understand the interfacial properties. It means that because the droplet is sitting on a substrate, we don't know that whether that is also making a contribution to the patterns which are emerging from the drying droplets. So you have to have an idea that how that interfacial properties are changing during the drying droplet, and that we are doing by contact angle measurements. All right, now it is like, okay, I know how to solve or how to start my experiments. I know how to visualize my experiment, but I don't know how to quantify, right? And in any field of research, you need quantification. Nobody will trust you if you just say that, okay, visually it is making the difference in terms of patterns. Nobody will trust you. So you need quantification. So what quantification you can do? You can do some image processing techniques and some modeling, because it will give you a lot of big data type information, so you can actually do statistics on it. So it all depends. It is very hard to tell that what kind of image processing technique you will use, but you know, depending on how you are getting as a pattern, you have to choose your processing technique. So I have seen, you know, there are different crack patterns which are emerging in my experiments. So I started finding out what is the difference between two consecutive cracks, and that I'm saying as the crack spacing, and that I'm denoting as by HC. We can also do some kind of texture analysis that can give you information of how the pixel to pixel relations contribute to a different feature when any patterns emerge. So basically, the standard deviation of the image actually explains you what is the complexity of the system present. So you can actually quantify by textural analysis. You can also do the masking technique, like, you know, because it is a time series, so I can use how the next image is actually correlated to another, and can find the similarity index, can find the periodicity. It all depends like what you want to do and how your patterns are coming up at the later stage, and what is the evolution of the patterns. All right. So now it's like we understand, but then what are the fundamental questions we can ask? So I will present you, this is a human whole blood. It is drying under same condition or the ambient condition. And as it is the top view image, and as you can see that as it is dried, it is having lot of changes going on, right? So let's have a look when we have different concentration of blood. So what I did is basically I have human whole blood, which is my 100% volume fraction. And I have added different volume of water, deionized water, inside that blood. And I prepared a solution, and then I varied and I systematically investigated or captured the images for the time evolution of the drying process. So what we can see here that if you just concentrate on the top panel, that is D, you can see the crack patterns start getting different at around 62, right? It is actually changing, but if I give you 50 to 12.5, you will see that 100 to kind of 62 and 62 to 12.5, it has the similar type of the patterns. Also it is it happens that you can see that there is a rim-like structure, or it is the rim width it is forming. Okay, so the question is that, is it just an accident that at 62 something is happening, or some kind of transition? So our question is that phase transition type examples are very common in condensed matter physics, especially in the magnetic materials and you know, many other liquid crystal like materials, or in that domain. We have, if we use lyotropic liquid crystal, we can have concentration dependent phase transition. If we use thermotropic liquid crystal, obviously it has the behavior of, like, you know, by changing the temperature you can have phase transition. But the intuitive is that the fundamental thing what we discovered is that there is a concentration driven phase transition during the drying process. So that actually looks fascinating to me, and in the community, I think it is published in scientific reports. You can go and look at if you are interested to the details. But as I was saying, that whether 62 is just a accident, just an accident. Okay. So then what we did is like, okay, we as we told that, you know, we need a lot of information how things are going. So we did this measurement in the contact angle setup, and we found that there is a non-monotonic decrease to monotonic decrease, that is again it is around 62%. We also got the evidence when we did textural analysis of the droplets, that we found like a mean of the image at every time points, and we have the standard deviation of the image, and if we plot that, you can see that at around 62 the mean is actually, you can't take that as a parameter, as a deciding factor, because it washes out many of the features. But standard deviation could be a good textural parameter to judge, and you can see that again 62, and you know, from 62 onwards it has the changes. Then we did, okay, we have dried morphology, and we are like, okay, can we do, because I said that it forms ring like structure, and it has come from very well known coffee ring effect, which I'll explain a little bit in my later slide. We have quantified also the ring width, because we can think of that whether the ring width has changing with the concentration. And also, as I mentioned, that you know, our group has quantified and came up with the processing tool which can measure the consecutive cracks as XC, and we measured that. We also measured the crack width, because now you can see that the cracks have, like, you know, it's having a distance or width inside that. So I measured that both with optical microscopy and ACM, and I wanted to just plot and see that how things are. So we did that, you know, there is a kink in 62%. That's all it is. All the evidence are showing that there is something, that kind of a transition is happening at around 62. So the question is now that why? We have evidence, but we don't know why. So what we did is basically we went to ACM, because ACM can only give you the microscopic structural information. And we have done ACM for all the samples, but I'm just showing 175 12.5 concentration. What we realized is that when we are doing, and you have to do at different, you know, different places of the droplet, you should have, because there are a lot of different mechanisms going on in the edge of the droplet and then in the central region of the droplet. So you can't actually just do on one part. Okay. So I have done in the central region, and then I have done the analysis on the you know, middle portion, and then the later portion of the, like, the edge. And we wanted to understand that how the RBCs, because as I mentioned, it is a multi-component naturally occurring system, which is blood. So we wanted to understand how the RBCs are, and how they are actually, whether they are making any difference, or whether those are responsible for this kind of transition, or it is platelets, or it is WBCs, or it is something else like that. We wanted to understand. So what we realized is that RBCs and WBCs and platelets, while doing all the analysis at different parts and different concentration, we saw that this kind of WBCs, this is like, you know, regionalized structure, as I pointed out here, are actually gone missing, in the sense got absent from 62%. Okay. And if you check WBCs in the, you know, just Google search the WBC, RBCs and platelets in the blood, how proportion it is, how what is the function, you will know that WBCs are the material, are the highest, longest, heaviest material, which always, like, I don't know, there is a cool video in the YouTube that WBC is chasing, you know, the bacteria. So it has the the point is of telling is this: WBCs have the, you know, it's kind of act as a mediator which holds everything together. And because it is the heaviest material, and when they are not present inside the droplet, as you can understand that mechanical stress which is coming up because the water is leaving from the system, that is going to be affected. And that's why we are having different patterns for the blood droplets after 62%. We also discovered that, you know, how the RBCs are going to be different, or how the RBCs are actually self-assembled. We also found that platelets are actually changing its biological activities when we are changing the initial concentration of the human blood. So we try to understand the mechanism, you know, like what is a physical mechanism we can say. It's not just that we understand the patterns are different and we understand how to do it, but can we make a physical possible mechanism? But this might have happened. So what I realized that in the initial phase, when particles are just dispersed in the droplet, these actually having a capillary flow, where basically all the particles or most of the particles are actually going towards the edge, because there is a highest evaporation rate at the edge, and you have to compensate that evaporation rate. So particles are actually carried away to the edge, and there are also, because it is going through adsorption, so basically also there are some particles which are getting absorbed on the substrate. So then there are, you know, the layer formation of the RBCs, which we got the clue from ACM, and also we found that what could be the different segregation of the particles in the periphery, and then in the middle region, and in the central region. So then we came up with an idea that this could be a physical mechanism, that why we are having how these patterns are forming, and then why at 62% we are having this concentration driven phase transition. Okay. So the next completely a bit different, and it's not like always you have to work with blood. That's what my point was. So you can ask different fundamental questions. It need not to be related to disease, and it need not to be that, because you need to first set a baseline. You know, we should have a good understanding of the healthy and very one component or multi-component systems, and we should have an evidence that, okay, do we understand the simple system first? So here the question was a bit different, is that we have different, as I showed, that we have different proteins, lysosome and BSA. I wanted to ask that, you know, how and why these proteins, Helen Earth, is actually giving me the different patterns. I am doing exactly the same thing. I'm doing exactly just drying those particles. So what's actually coming up? So basically, we saw that if we look at the characteristics of lysosome and BSA, we find that their characteristics, they are a bit different, in the sense they both are globular proteins. It means that it has the compact form, but their aspect ratio of each particle, their molecular weight are a big difference, and that's why it has different mechanism of forming the patterns. Okay. So for BSA, because it is heavy weighted, you couldn't see any dimple-like structure in the central region, whereas there is something mound-like or dimple-like structure in the central region, because it has the lysosome are light enough to be carried out after it being deposited to the film, to the edge, and then the leftover lysosomes are being carried with the flow again. So as I was mentioning, that we need the characteristics and we need the quantification. So what we did at every concentration, we also wanted to give the evidence of quantification, that it has also, crack spacing is also making the changes, the difference in the BSA and lysosome. There is another thing which is very interesting for me. Most of the cases in liquid crystal domain, you have the idea that, okay, to, let's say, use as a biosensing type or use in some other work or domain, I don't know, but you have to align the liquid crystal either parallel to the substrate or perpendicular to the substrate, right? That's what we do. We do all kinds of processing to make them align first. The question is here that if we don't align the liquid crystal, and if we don't align and if we just use the liquid crystal in the protein drop, in the protein solution, and then we dry those droplets, can we have some kind of alignment due to the drying process? And it is very, very fascinating to see that lysosome with liquid crystals will give the random distribution. It means that liquid crystal have not oriented to any particular direction. But for BSA, it is forming 4 fan-like structure. As you can see, it's in the near the periphery. So we were also interested to understand what kind of defect it is and what is the strength or the charge of that defect. So we rotated the sample stage, and we have the reference point, and we wanted to understand what is the charge, and we found that it has the +1 sign. So these 2 ideas, what I just it is not related to the disease, but it's related to the fundamental studies. We are looking both at the application side and the fundamental side of the experiments just by drying the samples. That's what I can say. So I would like to stop by saying that when I think of what I have contributed to the droplet community or to the society in terms of my research, it is just a part of my research which I have shown here. There are many more. You can check my Google Scholar profile. But I think what I did is that I tried to give the community different quantification tools which are not dependent on highly sophisticated machines or instruments, and that is only dependent on the image processing techniques and statistics, which I feel like very proud of myself. And the other thing is that if any lab doesn't have any resources, especially it is the problem of in middle class countries like that we are crunched with the funding and we can't have different sophisticated instruments. So that doesn't mean that somebody is stopping you to do good science. So I feel like the minimum resources you need is that contact angle setup, which you can really build up in your lab with just a camera and the objective lens and some light, and you just need a microscope to observe the drying evolution and morphology. So limited resources, but doing fundamental good science. And I feel like the third part, which I'm now working on as my side project, is that there are tons of data, it's tons of images, right? Can we do some kind of machine learning algorithm to detect these patterns and to understand how these machine learning can detect the early diagnosis of any disease. Because as I gave you some information is that, or gave the evidence that people are showing that there is a very much difference in the patterns for different diseases, and not only that, but also the stages of disease. So I believe, it's my high belief that we can detect the patterns, or we can detect the stages much earlier than our instruments or our lab test, a typical lab test is giving us. So for that quantification, you can't just take the, by hand, you can't do all those analysis. What I would like to do is that the computation in terms of the detecting tool, where you can train the data in such a way that it can give you at least the idea that whether you are healthy, actually you are healthy or not, or you have some percentage of your health is not okay, in the sense that you have a you are getting towards more diabetic, or pre-diabetic condition, for example. So that's my outlook of this research, and I'm very much interested to do this kind of research in my near future and continue to produce more and more results on this side. And with this, I think I really don't give a conclusion side, because I think the research can't be concluded in that sense, because this is ongoing, and I think a lot of people, I hope that I have made some excitement inside you. And I feel like this is more ongoing, and there are a lot to do, because as you know, soft matter physics and this kind of biological physics is actually has a lot of parameter space. So you have a lot to do, because as I mentioned, we don't know if somebody has changed the substrate. We don't know how can we commercial this idea. We don't know whether it is, does it possible what we are thinking, or what we are thinking of, machine learning algorithm. We don't know that whether, let's say, instead of invasive way of taking the diabetic test, for example, now it is only available for us that you take the blood and do the testing, and then only you can have blood test result for diabetic, right? Whether you have diabetic or not. So my question is that if these are true, and these are true evidence which are giving us nature is pointing us something, that if
Dr.
clear cells
Anusuya?
can be used for glaucoma, yes.
Yeah, we have only 5 minutes to go. We have another program with the commissioner.
Okay, so I think I can end up, because this is the last slide which I wanted to
Sure.
show.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah. So any questions I can answer if you have any. But thank you so much again for giving me that opportunity to talk about my research. Thanks. Okay, I can see that there is a question to me directly. So what type of LCs I have used in my research work? So it's basically thermotropic liquid crystal, and here whatever results I have shown is basically of 5 CB. That is what I used.
Yeah. So thank you very much, madam. So you have delivered an excellent presentation. So I have small question, madam. Are you there? So to dry up the blood samples, what are the temperatures you have maintained, madam, and how much time it has to take to dry up the complete blood sample?
Okay. So we have studied both in ambient temperature. It means that it's 25 degrees Celsius, but also I have published the other papers on where we have varied the substrate temperature from 25 degrees Celsius to 35, 45. Beyond that, you can't go, because then it will hamper or denaturate the protein samples present in the blood. So, but for the studies which I have shown here, it is all 25 degrees Celsius. And your next question is how much time does it take? Well, it also depends on temperature, because as you know, if the temperature is higher and higher, the time will be shorter and shorter to dry it up. But for ambient condition, when we have just 25 degrees Celsius, this is takes mostly 20 to 30 minutes. And that also depends on your size of the droplet, because if the droplet size is bigger and bigger, it will take more time. But I have used 2 millimeter diameter droplet. So for 2 millimeter diameter droplet and 25 degrees Celsius temperature, it will take around 20 to 30 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you very much, madam. Due to time limitations, we are not giving any extra time to the participants to ask the more and more questions. Finally, you want to any suggestions, madam? You would like to give any suggestions to the participants?
Yeah, I think I have one, because I am a early career researcher and I have to still prove myself in the sense like to become faculty or so. But I would just like to tell the students, if there are any in the room or in the online mode, I just want to say that do work and try to build your curiosity, and just look at the literature and do experiments and try to find that whether you can achieve something. It's not like your supervisor will tell that this is what you have to do and you will tell that and your job is done. So I feel like research is something that you should be curious, and you should be going with the hard working attitude that okay, things kind of or might be frustrating, but if you continue and do work, I think your work will be acknowledged by many people. That is what I realized from my last 5 years of research life. So I will just suggest all the students that keep a eye on the literature and just make your mind more curious. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you so much for your sparing your valuable time for us, and thank you so much. Thank you, madam. Yeah, this session is over, madam. Now. It's time to valedictory program. So wait for a few minutes. So within a few minutes, yeah. So valedictory session will start.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, good afternoon to all. So, great welcome to our conference from all the faculty of the City College, from other colleges and students. Now, it's my pleasure to invite our Vice Principal of the college, Aija Sultana Madam. Please come to the dais, madam. With a big claps. So I also, it's my okay, presenting bouquet to the our Honorable Vice Principal Madam. So it's my also a pleasure to invite IQSC coordinator of the City College, Dr. J. Niraja Madam, to come on to the dais. Principal. It's my no really great pleasure to invite our department in charge, Dr. Naina Vinodini Madam, to come on to the dais with a big claps. Order the program అన్నీ అక్కడే ఉంటాయి అలా రాసి వచ్చాం కదా. So now we will have actually, program schedule. Sir, so yes, we'll have actually 3 o'clock. Commissioner sir is going to join at 3 o'clock. Then we'll have a schedule message from Huh? Okay. Okay. Good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The great heartfelt welcome to our Honorable Commissioner, Sir, Sri Naveen Mittal, Sir, IAS. Thank you, sir, for joining this international conference on advances in nanomaterials, smart nanomaterials. Now, I request, I also, so now I'm gonna, yes, so now we will have actually the order of the program. First, a report of the conference, by Dr. Naina Vinodin Madam. Then we will have a closing remarks by Chair of the college, Principal of the college, Dr. P. Balabhaskar sir. Then we will have a release of the abstract book. Then we'll have a message from our Honorable Commissioner sir. Then vote of thanks. So now I request Dr. Naina Vinodini Madam to summarize and report the conference for the 2-day international conference on advances in smart nanomaterials. Thank you, madam.
Good afternoon, one and all. Honorable Commissioner Sir, Sri Naveen Mittal, IAS, our beloved and dynamic Principal Sir, Dr. P. Balabhaskar Garu, the participants, both online and offline, of 2-day international conference, staff of Government City College, colleagues, and my dear students, a warm welcome to the second day, our last session of this 2-day international conference on advances in smart nanomaterials. This is Dr. Naina Vinodini. Consider myself as honored to present a brief report on this 2-day international conference on advances in smart nanomaterials held on 24th and 25th of March 2022. Early of this month, our principal sir has sowed a seed of this event, that is the idea of organizing an international conference, and our department, the Department of Physics, has taken it as a prestigious challenge and started working on it. At this point, I must appreciate and congratulate our beloved colleague, Dr. K. Parvatalu sir, for taking pains to arrange the lectures from speakers from across the globe who have done extensive research in smart nanomaterials. As a part of conference, we have invited papers and posters. To our surprise, we have received 55 abstracts from universities, government degree colleges, research scholars from all over India. 1 or 2 are from abroad also. We are going to give the list shortly after sir releases the book. We are publishing a souvenir consisting of the abstracts and that would be shortly opened by our Honorable Commissioner Sir. We have approached the Commissioner Sir for RUSA grants and for financial assistance to organize these two-day international conference. Within short period, our Commissioner Sir was kind enough to sanction rupees 75,000 towards the expenditure of this conference. To bring out the proceedings of conference, our organizing secretary, Dr. K. Parvatalu, is communicating with AIP conference proceedings, and that help us, the research scholars who have presented their papers and the posters. They assured us to publish the full-length papers depending on the quality of the paper. I'm sure it will also be materialized very soon. To begin with, on first day, our inaugural session, our prime speaker, Professor Gary Monkey from University of Alabama, USA, delivered his lecture on the structure of smart nanomaterials with the help of neutron, X-rays and electron diffraction. In the second lecture, Assistant Professor J. Suryanarayana from IIT Hyderabad explained the importance of memory stir devices for neuromorphic computing by controlling low and high resistance. In the afternoon session, Dr. Nafisa Begum from Germany explained the gelation of egg and its importance. Professor D. Pamu from IIT Guwahati has given a focus on electronic applications of nanoceramic materials. On second day morning session, that is today, Dr. Debalina Dutta from Massey University, New Zealand, has delivered a motivational lecture to the participant that how to pave a way to become a scientist in whatever field they have chosen and how to become an expertise in selected field. Second session was given by our dear colleague, Dr. K. Parvatalu, and he has delivered lecture on multifunctional mechanical properties of aligned carbon nanotubes polymer composite. Afterwards, we have started the paper presentations by participants. In that, Dr. N. Pavan Kumar, Assistant Professor from Mathrusri Engineering College, has presented his paper on Magneto calorific properties to multiferroics. And this would be helpful in dealing with multi-storage devices. And still, the paper presentation will go on after the Commissioner's message and vote of thanks. And we still, sir, I'd like to inform you that the poster presentation and paper presentations are still pending, and we will continue after the vote of the closing session of this conference. Dr. Anasuya Pal in the afternoon session, doctoral fellow from University of Warwick, UK, has delivered her lecture on drying droplets and early diagnosis of diseases, potentials and future directions, which is gives the idea of drug delivery part of smart nanomaterials. So till now we have finished these many papers and lectures, sir. Now I'll request the chairperson, Dr. P. Balabhaskar, sir, to give closing remarks. Over to Balabhaskar, sir.
Good afternoon to all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Respected Commissioner, sir, on behalf of staff and students of City College, I profoundly thank our Honorable Commissioner, Sri Naveen Mittal Garu, IAS, for gracing this occasion. In spite of the busy schedule, Sir agreed to grace the function. This only shows how the Commissioner is encouraging all our government degree colleges in promoting research activities. The main objective of this International Physics Conference on nanomaterials is to throw a light on the current updates in the respective field among the lecturers of government degree colleges and also the other participants from other organizations. This conference has organized several technical sessions for the last 2 days, which have given the knowledge over the current research activities in the field. Within a short span of time, nearly 55 abstracts were received by the organizers, which simply shows the interest of the researchers over the nanomaterial field. As a result of the vision of our Honorable Commissioner, sir, the government degree colleges in Telangana state are taking a new dimension, that is the dimension of research, I can say. In future, with the vision and the action plan of our Honorable Commissioner, sir, the name of our government degree colleges are to be tagged with a new line, that is a research center in physical sciences, like Government City College, Nayapur, with a tagline, a research center in physical and life sciences, like that. For a higher education institute, academics and research are the two main pillars that are to be very strong to cater the future needs of the nation. Sir has taken several steps in strengthening the government degree colleges in the Telangana state in respect of admissions. We all know that now at present, our all government degree colleges are having good number of admissions. Sir has improved the admissions a lot. Later, SAR has taken another step to strengthen all our government degree colleges with its infrastructural facilities. So using the accumulated funds, I think this is the first time in the history of collegiate education that a commissioner sat himself on the funds of the degree colleges and taken the Indians from the colleges and given the permissions to the colleges to purchase the laboratory equipment, furniture, and other all infrastructure needs, whatever that are there for the colleges, all the needs are fulfilled. Now I think most of our government degree colleges in the Telangana state are having adequate infrastructure facilities. On this occasion, I must thank our Commissioner, sir, for giving a permission to utilize the accumulated funds of our city college to a worth of rupees 8 crores to building the new additional classrooms with the state of art in the college premises. Sir, I can also tell you, sir, a happy news that a contractor has been fixed for it. The tenders are gone. The contractor has fixed for it. I think shortly the work is going to be taken progress, sir. To strengthen the research activities in the government degree colleges, SAR is taking the opportunity on every platform, wherever it is possible. There, SAR is guiding the concerned university authorities to sanction the guideships to our faculty members and also the research centers to our government degree colleges. Within a short period of time, I believe, with the efforts of our Commissioner, sir, our faculty of City College is going to get the guideships and research centers. This will definitely strengthen the research activities in the future of our colleges. And our colleges are going to become mini universities in future. In this context, I also request our Honorable Commissioner, sir, that, sir, if you permit, we will submit proposals to establish research laboratories for the physics department, commerce and biotechnology departments with the basic research equipment in the city college, sir. If permits, we will definitely submit the proposals soon, sir. I congratulate the head department of physics, Srimati Naina Vinodini, especially Dr. Parvatalu and other faculty members of physics department, Vasudeva Reddy, Chinni Krishna, for organizing the international conference on a topic which is to be the most important topic for the present times. I also congratulate all the HODs and faculty members of our government city college for felicitating the physics department to organizing this international conference. Finally, once again, I thank our beloved Commissioner, sir, for giving a consent to grace this occasion, and also thanks to sir for giving a financial assistance of rupees 75,000 to conduct this international conference. I also thank the RUSA project officer, Dr. Soundarya Joseph, for processing our file very quickly and issued the orders. I thank one and all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind remarks. Before the Commissioner sir's message, we have release of souvenir consisting of the abstracts, and also physically our Vice Principal Madam will release the souvenir. We have kept the link of the souvenir in chat box. Sir? Sir, first. Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. I've clicked it. I'll just share this. Yeah, can you see that?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, I'll hand over to Honorable Commissioner, sir.
Thank you very much, and very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I must take this opportunity to congratulate the principal of Government City College, Dr. Bal Bhaskar Garu, under whose leadership this two-day international conference has been arranged, and also the Department of Physics of Government City College, which has picked up a very, I would say, very advanced topic on which you have organized this conference. And I was really impressed by the overall lineup of the speakers who have presented their papers in this conference. And I can confidently say that this is truly international conference, because you have got persons from various parts of the world, like US, UK, Germany, and even New Zealand also. And I think the fact that you've picked up this topic, which is advancements in smart nanoparticles, shows that there is a lot of interest within the college as well as within the faculty to improve their overall knowledge and understanding in some of these, I would say, frontier areas of technology, and especially in physics. In fact, this whole field of nanoparticles, and especially smart nanoparticles, I must say, holds a lot of potential in terms of various fields which it touches, whether it is medical science, whether it is agriculture, whether it is in terms of environment, whether it is in terms of electronics, or no, you pick up any field. I think we will find that there is a potential application of nanoparticles, and that's why the whole world is really, I would say, excited about the future potential of nanoparticles. And the fact that you've got 55 papers in this two-day conference shows also the interest which it has generated. And I'm sure that the proceedings of this conference will be very useful for everybody to update their knowledge and understanding of this very important sector. And this will also help the faculty as well as students as well as researchers in this field. As Dr. Bal Bhaskar has pointed out, it has been one of the, I would say, priority areas of the Department of Collegiate Education in Telangana to encourage our colleges to improve their research capacities. And we have been encouraging the various colleges in our state to upgrade their laboratories as well as infrastructure. I must also take this opportunity to compliment all our faculty members as well as the principals and the staff of our government colleges who have worked hard and helped improve the admissions in our government colleges. So much so that in last 4 years, we have seen almost a growth of about 67% in our student admissions. And I can confidently say that in most parts of the state, government colleges are a first choice among the students for taking admissions. Only when they don't get admission in government colleges, they look towards private colleges. And that's, I would say, a very impressive thing on part of our faculty. So that because unless until the faculty provides the right kind of environment and right kind of academic inputs to the students, this type of growth is not possible. And I must say that the government city college, which is now celebrating its centenary year, in 1921 it was established first as an intermediate college, and then it got upgraded to a degree college. It is celebrating its centenary year, and this 100-year milestone for this college should be an opportunity to leapfrog into the very best of the colleges. It's already one of the best colleges in Telangana, but I think it should now peg itself to be among one of the best colleges in the country also. And it is very much possible considering the quality of faculty which is available in this college. In fact, during the last round of selections, we tried to ensure that most of the faculty in this college is PhD, and I'm sure that that put together has created this research environment for this college to develop itself in the various subjects which it teaches. And as Dr. Balbhaskar Garu pointed out, we will definitely support this initiative of upgrading the research faculties in the areas which you mentioned in physics, commerce, and other subjects, whatever is possible. We'll definitely encourage the college to do that, and this college should become a recognized, I would say, place for quality research in the state of Telangana. And with these few words, I once again congratulate the faculty members of City College, especially in the Department of Physics, who have organized this conference, and also the principal for providing the leadership and support for this initiative, and also our officials from the Department of Collegiate Education as well as RUSA, who have supported this initiative. And I wish that this conference will definitely be a great step forward in overall encouraging and updating the faculty in this, I would say, very important field of physics. So thank you very much for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to be with you with this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And we will work hard to rise up to your expectations, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words. Now I'll invite Dr. K. Parvatalu, sir, to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, madam. Dr. Naina Vinodini, madam. I'll begin with a great quotation is given by Einstein. Imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces entire world. Imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the entire world. So that is, I believe, it's a very important quotation to keep in mind. Then, so as the nanomaterials and nanotechnology play a very important role in day-to-day life. So nanotechnology has applications in wide range of fields, science and engineering, and not only that in social sciences too. The applications of smart nanomaterials have wide range of fields like flexible textile industry, drug delivery applications, foldable devices, tissue engineering, wound healing applications, solar cells, biocells, flexible electronics, paint industry, cosmetic industry, material industry, shoes, helmet, like not only that, like every field, nanotechnology, play a very, very important. In future, it, it takes the opportunity to, it definitely, helps a lot to complete our task easily. With that, for this two-day international conference on advances in smart nanomaterials, the speakers are from 5 different countries, IIT, UK, USA, New Zealand, Germany. We also received the abstract from even Hong Kong. So thank you so much for all the participants who have submitted abstract, and special thanks to all the speakers for their wonderful presentations. You have enriched and inspired to all the faculty, researcher, academicians, and students. Thank you to all your valuable information. So being a part of this our conference. So thank you to our chief patron of this conference, Sri Naveen Mittal sir, for your wonderful message. You have given we are so happy with your valuable message, sir. We are sure, sir, we're going to make our city college to be, first place in the country. We promise, sir, we work like anything. We work hard, till the last day of our life. Myself, I'm going to give that promise. So my entire life, I want to do the research. So that is my passion, sir. I'm sure we are going to do that. Thank you, sir, for your valuable information. And also, you have also mentioned you're going to give a permission to establish research center to our college. We are so proud of that. Thank you so much, sir, for your message. So thank you to our patron of this conference, Dr. Soundarya Joseph, Madam, Project Officer, for providing financial support to organize this conference. Thank you so much, Madam, for your support. Thank you to, thank you to guest of honor, Joint Director, sir, Dr. DSR Rajendra Singh, sir, and for your great, words that you have talked about the nanoparticles. And you have also mentioned that nanotechnology play a very, very important role in daily life. So thank you, sir, for participating in inaugural session. We are so happy that you are a part of our program. Thank you, sir. Thank you to our chair person, Dr. Principal of the college, Dr. P. Balabhaskar, sir, for your energetic words, and you have given a great message to all of us. Thank you, sir. We promise you, we will definitely work hard to to bring the college name in a first place, sir. We thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful message. You have also given a wonderful message in the beginning of the session. The nanotechnology play a very, very important role, and when you compare with the bulk material and nanomaterial, the advantages of nanotechnology play a very important role in all fields of sciences and engineering. Thank you so much, sir, for your message. Thank you to Vice Principal of the college, Srimati Aija Sultana, Madam, for your nanoscopic words. You have explained like anything. We are so inspired by your words, Madam. Thank you so much for your message. Thank you to IQSC coordinator, Dr. J. Neeraja, Madam, for giving great information regarding findings, funding support, and you also encouraged for all the faculty to get grants from outside and also from the colleges too. We will definitely tap, Madam, we will definitely tap the grants from our college as well as the outside funding sources. So thank you, Madam. Thank you to all advisory committee member, organizing committee member for your great support to organize this conference successfully. Thank you so much, sir. All the department heads, examination branch. Thank you to staff club secretary. Thank you to all for your moral support. Thank you to convener of this this conference, Dr. Naina Vinodini, Madam, in charge of the department, making this conference so great, in a great manner. Thank you so much. You are the backbone of this conference. You have organized such a great manner. You have also encouraged us to complete this task in a great manner. Thank you so much, madam. Thank you to co-convener of this conference, Dr. Y. Vasudeva Reddy sir and Dr. D. Chinikrishna sir, for arranging every part of the conference successfully. Thank you so much for both of you, sir. Thank you to all my dear colleagues for your moral support to make this conference in a great success. Thank you to one and all. Thank you so much for every faculty of the college. Thank you to all non-teaching staff of the City College for providing facilities to conduct this conference. Thank you so much. Thank you one and all. Thank you. With this, the meeting is over. We will have actually another like poster presentation session and oral presentation session by the various faculty from various engineering colleges and universities. So we will send the feedback form in the chat box in an half an hour. Please respond to our feedback form. We have given each speaker, and you can provide the feedback, and you will receive the participation certificate too. Thank you.
కావ్య ఒకసారి కదా స్క్రీన్ పెద్దగా చేయి.
సార్
మ్యూట్లోనే
సార్ సారీ సార్. యా ప్లీజ్ సార్. Sir, would you please unmute, sir? Thank you to all the participants in online, especially. Sorry. Huh? He left, huh? Now we will have a poster presentation. Yes, now we will have a oral presentations. Those who are going to the oral presentation. Oral presentations. Anybody is there? Only.
Magnetic nanomaterials. Okay, magnetic nanomaterials are very smart, are so smart that there is a blending, as this conference is also having a blending of virtual as well as offline. Similar to that, life sciences as well as this physics or generally chemistry or physical sciences, we can say, is involved in this one. Okay, nowadays we know that cancer is a big disease which is almost one of every 5 individuals in every country or in this on this earth is suffering from this disease, that is cancer. What is cancer? Can anybody tell me here? Cancer is nothing but rapid uncontrolled division of cells. Okay, these cells are the tissue. The cells is nothing but, tissue is nothing but a group of cells. These cells are going to, there is a small mutation will be there. That mutation will undergo rapid, again, division. Because of that mutation, there is a change in the genetic material. As this genetic material is going to change, the cells which are having changed genetic material is going to flourish in that tissue. As a result, it is going to develop into a tumor or otherwise called as malignant tissue. Okay, sir, slide. Okay, slide. Okay, here, in order to treat this cancer cells, magnetic nanoparticles are used. Magnetic nanoparticles are having nearly 10 nanometer size. The size of this particle is very less. Generally, if you see, go for a bulk material, the domains of these magnetic domains are randomly present. As a result, the net magnetic moment of the bulk is going to be nullified. Whereas this nano-sized magnetic particle is having a single domain. As a result, it is going to behave as a tiny magnet on itself. There is no nullification of the magnetic complete net magnetic moment is not nullified. Okay, the magnetic nanoparticles, just now I said about this class of nanoparticles. These are used in drug and gene delivery, tissue engineering, tracking, cell tracking, bioseparation and cancer therapy. Okay, we had discussed just now about cancer. Cancer is nothing but rapid uncontrolled division of these cells, mutated cells. As a result, it is going to form a tumor. Okay, this is about the cells that are going to have a mutation. In the beginning, it is having a mutation, and these mutated cells are going to flourish by the rapid cell division, resulting in the formation of a malignant tissue that is called as a cancer. Okay, in chemotherapy, we are having many side effects. Okay, that is, there is nausea, always vomiting sensation will be there, loss of hair is there. Okay, and many diseases, that is opportunistic diseases, because the immunity is lost, and as a result, the patient is also going to suffer from many diseases. Okay, therefore, whereas this magnetic nanomaterials are going to concentrate only on the tumor. Why? Because in chemotherapy, what is going to happen is, when chemo or chemicals are supplied, drugs are supplied to the patient, that the even healthy tissues are also getting destroyed. Okay, therefore, the only tumor had to be attacked. Only tumor, that is, it is a targeted, focused only on the mutated cells. Okay, that is why this magnetic nanomaterial, this is the nanoparticle size. It is the size of this nano size is below 10 nanometers. Okay, generally iron oxide is used for the formation of this nanoparticle. This nanoparticle is coated outside with some hydrophobic substances like peptides or even dextrose, that is a sugar molecule. It is coated so that it is easily dissolved in the blood tissue. Okay, like that it is converted into a hydrophobic part. Pure iron, if it is injected, it is toxic. Therefore, it is made to be non-toxic so that, okay, then what is done is, just now I said that it is coated with dextran, hyaluronic acid, cisplatin, like this. It is called as pion. Okay, that is called as it is converted into super paramagnetic iron oxide particle. Okay, this why? Because if you just see that, okay, what is happening is, in a patient there is a cancer tissue, let us assume. There is a cancer tumor. Into this patient, these pions, that is supraparamagnetic iron oxide nanoparticles are injected. When they are injected, they are going into the blood tissue. Okay, this tumor blood vessels in the tumor are perforated. They will enter directly into the tumor. Okay, whereas generally cancer tissue is having perforated blood capillaries. These nanoparticles will enter through the perforations into the blood tissue, into the tissue. Okay, that is, as they are coated, why they are coated? Because if it is not coated, the nanoparticles get agglomerated, they get coagulated. they get unified and forming a bulk again. To avoid, that is, in order to repel, one particle get repelled by another because of the coatings. Okay, because of these coatings only. The coatings, as I said, it is coatings of made up of dextran or hyaluronic acid or glucose or sugar molecules. They are coated. As a result, the nanoparticles are, that is, repelled by one another, and as a result, they are going to be in the form of, they will be swimming in the blood tissue in the form of a single domain magnets. Okay, therefore, these are the single domain magnets. Okay, that is, in a tumor, they are injected. When they are injected, they are, through the perforations of the blood capillaries, they are entering into the tissue. After entering into the tissue, they are behaving as single domain magnets. Okay, single magnets. Okay, by the utilization of the external magnetic field, what is going to happen is, this external magnetic field will create certain fluctuations in these single domain magnets. As a result, because of a rapid alternating current that is produced, they are called as I said, they are now called as spions, that is supra-paramagnetic iron oxide nanoparticles. Okay, these paramagnetic iron nanoparticles will develop certain heat in that area. Because of the development of the heat, it is called a hyperthermal treatment is going to be happen in the tissue. Because that is, heat is generated when they are in the injected part. How this heat is generated? Because by the application of the external magnetic field. Okay, for example, if there is a tumor in the shoulder. In the shoulder, it is injected. Okay, injected part, again it is applied with the external magnetic field. As a result, there is temperature is increased. The temperature is increased up to 45 degrees centigrade. At that temperature, the tissue gets contracted. Malignant tissue is destroyed. In that way, cancer tumor is completely removed. Okay, that is about this focused area of how the treatment is going to happen. How to remove the tumor without any damaging any healthy tissue. Why healthy tissues are not damaged? Because these perforations are there only in the cancer cells. Cancer tissue only the perforations are there. Therefore, these spions will enter only into that area. Okay, that is already approved. There are many approved drugs based upon these magnetic nanomaterials. Okay, that is FDA had approved certain drugs, as well as even European Medical Agency had also approved some drugs like this. Okay, what are the, other than iron oxide, we can use nickel, cobalt, Prussian blue or gadolinium for preparing these magnetic nanoparticles. Okay, how they are synthesized, just as I said, okay, we require nano-sized particles. That is, iron bulk is taken, iron oxide bulk, it is converted into, that is by top to bottom method, it is sequestered into 10 nanometer size and converted, and it is coated outside with a coating so that hydrophobic area is developed. Okay, the new system is also nowadays developed, known as microfluidic system, to develop these nanoparticles. Gold coated nanoparticles are also created, but the gold coated nanoparticles, what is happening is, this inside the core, the magnetic core is just diminished because of the presence of this gold. Gold coated, okay, they are also used as a cargo, that is to drug delivery mechanism also they are used. They are also used for biotherapeutics, chemotherapeutics and radiotherapeutics, cancer immunotherapy. The immunity of the body itself is used to treat cancer. Okay, the toxicity, how it is distributed. Okay, we know that every foreign particle in our body had to be eliminated, excreted by the kidneys, renal system. Okay, it is also excreted if the size is less. If it is more, by using liver and spleen, it is again removed. There are three methods. This is magnetic hypothermia. As I said, by applying external magnetic field, okay, what is going to happen is the heat is generated. The heat is generated by the external magnetic field, and the tumor is completely diminished or contracted. Okay, photothermal ablation, that is by using laser light into the already injected MNPs are there, so that a laser light is injected or just irradiated on this tumor. As a result, also the tumor is decreasing its size. Another therapy is photodynamic therapy. Here the singlet oxygen is evolved. Singlet oxygen is an oxidant. Oxidant means it eats away the tumor. Okay, that is oxidized. Okay, that is about my presentation. These are challenges and conclusion. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a really wonderful presentation. We are so glad to know about this, cancer, how to, kill the cancer cell with a drug delivery. I'm sure, yeah, there are a lot of technologies are going on to kill the cells. I have a question, Ranan sir. So question, I have a little question, like a very basic question. We don't have much knowledge in that. I know that we use the nanotechnology, nanoparticle to kill that particular cell as a drug delivery, or by applying some heat, different techniques, we can kill that cell, the area. But how do we know the cell, like how many days, like let's say the cancer begin to the cell like 1 year or 6 months or 3 months or 1 month. Can we exactly know like how much tissue damaged? Can we get exact information so that we can treat properly? Because as I see in many patients, they've been undergo all the techniques, chemotherapy, radiotherapy. It doesn't, I feel like it require, we need to optimize. Maybe I don't know. Do you have any? Okay.
After diagnosed, only it is possible. Therefore, after diagnosis that there is a cancer or there is a malignant tissue, then only this is applied. Therefore, it is a post-diagnosis. That is for therapeutic use only. We cannot say which stage the cancer is and where to apply, either in the first stage or second stage, we cannot say. And moreover, we know that brain is having 80 billion cells. Okay, these neurons are acting without any wireless neurons. Similarly, magnetic nanoparticles is like a neuron. It is going to be acted. That is why it is called as supra-paramagnetic. Why? Because it is acting by the electric impulse, electric signal that is generated by other living cells. The living cell's electric signal is taken by this nanoparticle and it is going to act.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon to all. Myself, Hennari Kumar, from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Degree College. So today, today's international conference on advance in smart nanomaterials conference. My topic is structural, optical, and magnetic properties of rare earth cerium, doped nickel, zinc nanoferrites. So nickel, zinc nanoferrite. Nickel zinc is high transition metal ions. So in this metal ions, I am doped in rare earth cerium. That is nickel cerium, zinc nanoparticle. So in this one, so my presentation is introduction
synthesis and experimental techniques, structural characterization, magnetic properties of nickel, cerium, zinc, nanoferrites, and conclusion of the future work. These are so first of all introduction in the magnetic materials. The origin of magnetism lies in the orbital and spin motions of the materials. The electrons interact with one another. In the interaction process, we have to classify it into 5 types. That is dia, para, ferro, anti-ferro, and ferri. So I choose ferrite materials. These ferrites are ferromagnetic materials which have chemical formula is Me2 plus Fe2O4. So Me is the divalent metal ions. In the divalent metal ions is replaced by the elements like zinc, nickel, copper, like this. These are if the divalent metal ions are replaced by the combinations like nickel, zinc. These are magnesium, manganese, magnesium, cobalt, cadmium. These are so next one mixed ferrites, nickel, copper, zinc, like this. Nickel, cerium, zinc. These are mixed ferrites. So these are types of ferrites. We have 3 types. These are spinel ferrites, hexagonal ferrites, and garnets. So my series is a spinel ferrites. These are spinel ferrites is spinel ferrites crystallize in cubic spinel structure. The formula is Ab2O4, where A is the divalent metal ions such as copper, zinc, and nickel, cobalt. B is the trivalent metal ions like Fe 3 plus, cerium 3 plus, Al 3 plus. The crystal structures of ferrites can be regarded as an interlocking network of possibility changed metal ions and magnetic matrices. So in the spinal structure ferrites, general formula is that is Ab2O4, where A and B replace the cations at tetrahedral and octahedral sites. These are tetrahedral and octahedral sites images. So next one, these are my work motivations of my motivation of work. There is the present day microwave industry demands high performance ferrite materials capable of operating at high frequencies. The development of ferrite materials for microwave applications has picked up in the last few years. These several investigations have focused their attention on in different ferrites. These are advantage of cerium ferrites. Is the ferrites is high resistivity and slower radial current losses, low dielectric and magnetic losses, high saturation magnetization, high Curie temperature. Aim of my work is nickel 0.2, zinc 0.8, cerium X, Fe2 minus X. In the place of X, I substituted in 0.00 and 0.010, 0.020 and 0.030. So next one is the synthesis and experimental techniques. So these are methods of synthesis. We have different methods is there. Is like ceramic process, solid state reaction method, combustion reaction, co-preparation, spark plasma sintering, micro emulsion, ball milling. I choose heterogel auto combustion method. So in this method, advantage is these capable of welding homogeneous mixture of stoichiometric composition, offers significant saving in time and energy. As this method has a chemical route, it requires no ball milling compared to is the best method. So in this in this materials to be used, these are nickel nitrate, zinc nitrate, cerium nitrate, ferrites, citric acid, and ammonia. So these are my series. These are nickel 0.2, zinc 0.8, cerium X, Fe2 minus XO4 is where in the place of X I substituted in 0.00, 0.010, 0.020, 0.30 and 0.040. These are 5 samples. So next one is a flow chart of synthesis. So first of all, nickel nitrate, zinc nitrate, ferric nitrate, and citric acid, cerium nitrates, weighing and dissolved in double distilled water. So after that, this homogeneous stoichiometric solution formed in this after the stirring, in the continuous stirring. So in this process had ammonia up to pH level 7. So is a continuous stirring and heating up to 800 degrees Celsius is a form of viscous gel. Next, continuous stirring after 20 to 24 hours. So is a form of auto combustion. So after that, these 120 degree. Okay. After that, these after auto combustion is a form of flames, bright flames is a dry ash. It's come to dry ash gel. Is a powder is coming. In this powder sintering up to 500 degrees Celsius 4 hours. After this grinding of powder is a form of cerium ferrite powder. So this powder, I find out the structural properties like XRD and these XRD images. So next one, these are UV spectroscopy studies, nickel, copper, cerium, zinc nanoferrites. These are so next next one is these FTIR properties. So these are FTIR properties. These are structural properties. So next one is magnetic properties of nickel, copper, zinc, nickel, cerium, zinc. These are magnetic properties. So these are formulas for so these are magnetic hysteresis loops. So finally, these VSM studies of cerium composition ferrite systems indicates increases in the width of the loop, including for pure samples. This confirms change from soft to hard magnetic ferrites. Because of these loops is these bright. So bright means what is bright means is a form of hard magnetic materials. The samples are used in the biological applications as targeted drug delivery and magnetic resonance imaging. These are MRI. So finally conclusions. These are conclusions of my structural properties. In this structural properties, I used in XRD and FTIR, UV. So these are properties. One of the properties is a VSM. I used that. These are finally there's possible applications. These are medical applications. These are MRI, target drug delivery, and hypothermia for cancer treatments also used. Eye delivery. High density storage devices in computers and magnetic fluids, transformer cores, microwave devices, and gas sensors. Is application for nanoferrite. Generally is a general application for nanoferrites. These are my papers. These are conferences, and thank you to Professor D. Ravindra sir, my supervisor, Vice Chancellor, Telangana University. So thank you to my head and BOSS. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. Now any questions from anyone? Sorry, sir. Sorry. So thank you, sir, Ganga Reddy, sir. So it's over to you, sir. You can have a session.
Good evening, all. Good evening, all. Myself, K. Ganga Reddy, Research Scholar, Department of Physics for you. Here, my presentation is on deposition and characterization of electron beam evaporated nickel oxide thin films for gas sensor applications. Here, coming to introduction, VOCs. VOCs are volatile organic compounds, generally formed with carbon and hydrogen atoms and participate in photochemical interactions. VOCs are organic chemicals that evaporate at room temperature and have high vapor pressure and low melting point. VOCs are both human-made and naturally occur in the environment, as well as they have long-term adverse effects on both humans and the environment. Examples are formaldehyde, ethanol, methanol, xylene, toluene, propanol, etc. Here, these are common sources of VOC emission, like industrial, agriculture and pesticide, color industries and cosmetic industries, and road and transport and indoor pollution, as well as research laboratories. Coming to introduction to gas sensor. Gas sensor is a device which detects the presence of gas in the presence of atmosphere. Based on the concentration of the gas, the sensor produces a corresponding potential difference by changing the resistance of the material by supplying proper constant voltage. Based on this voltage, the concentration or the type of the gas can be detected. This is the schematic view of the gas sensor. It is mainly consists of the electrodes, sensing material, and the heater. Yes, move on. Okay, sir. Okay. Now, these are the common types of gas sensors, where this is the type of the gas sensor and the physical change that we can measure by using the particular gas sensor. And these are the properties of gas sensor. The preliminary property of the gas sensor is selectivity. Selectivity is the special property of the gas sensor, means how it efficiently detects the particular gas among all the inferior gases, whereas sensitivity is how efficient it is able to detect a particular gas. And operating temperature is the temperature at what we are at what temperature we are performing this gas sensor. Detection limit is the limit, the minimum concentration that can able to detect by the gas sensor, whereas shelf time is how long it can able to detect the sensing responses. Whereas response and recovery time is the time taken by the sensor to reach 90% of its response value in the process of absorption process, whereas desorption is the time taken by the sensor to reach 10% in the process of desorption. Whereas reproducibility, stability, and fabrication cost are the main properties of gas sensor. These are some applications of gas sensors, and based on the classification, based on the type of the semiconductor nature, they are broadly classified into two types, and N-type and P-type. By applying reducing of the resistance in case of N-type it decreases, and in presence of oxidizing gas, the resistance is increases. This is vice versa in case of P-type semiconductors. These are the common P-type and N-type metal oxide gas sensors. These are the sensors made with thick films like powders or pellets, and these are the thin films made with some thin films, some order of nano layers, some dip coated thin films, spray deposit thin films, spin coated or sputtered and electron beam operated thin films. These are the few applications of metal oxide thin films, and this is my motivation here. Almost 90% of the work has been done over N-type of sensors, N-type of metal oxide semiconductor, but only rest of the 10% is on only P-type. So this I would like to improve the sensitivity of the P-type sensors by choosing nickel oxide. The importance of chosen material: nickel oxide is a P-type semiconductor with large band gap energy and rarely investigated material towards the gas sensor, and it has desirable properties like high melting point, high chemical stability, strong catalytic activity, and excellent electrical properties, high tendency towards the absorption of oxygen, and operable at low temperature, as well as it has low detection limit, and related to low harmful and low cost. This is the flow chart of my preparation of thin films, and this is the electron beam operation. But this is one of the most important physical vapor deposition method, where we can generate high vacuum in terms of order of 10 to the power -6 millibar, and this is the electron beam power supply, where we can generate high energy beam of electrons, and that will fall on the source. Due to the presence of high vacuum, it gets evaporated and melted and coated on the substrate. These are the deposition parameters that I have achieved using that method, where a target material is pure nickel oxide,
Type of substrate is glass and sintered temperature and target substrate temperature is applied voltage to the electron generation and applied current of the electron beam, maximum pressure by the instrument and base pressure that I have raised to maximum pressure to my experiment and working pressure at what pressure I am working. And these are the few schematic, means the direct images of thin film deposition. And this is the X-ray diffraction of my prepared samples with the variation of substrate temperature at 200 degrees centigrade. The growth of the film is moving from one plane to another plane, that is 202 to 111 plane. These are the crystal properties. And this is FESM analysis, where we can see with the increase in substrate temperature, the morphology clearly changing from one shape of morphology to another shape of morphology. At room temperature, we can see clear plane view, whereas with increasing temperature, it is increasing to nanoflake structure as well as triangular pyramid structure with agglomerated nanoparticles. This is the EDAX spectrum of corresponding thin films. These are the cross-section studies of the thin films, where I can find the thickness as well as elemental mapping. That in red color you can see nickel appearance, the bright color, bright appearance indicates the presence of nickel. In the green color spectra, the presence of oxygen means it is combination of nickel and oxygen. This is the XPS analysis of my sample. This is the high resolution spectra of XPS of nickel and oxygen. Nickel is deconverted to it's 2 multiples nickel 2p3 by 2, nickel 2p 1 by 2, whereas oxygen having high adsorbed oxygen in case of film prepared at 400 degrees centigrade. This is the AFM studies. We can see that with the variation of substrate temperature, the shape of the particle becomes hill shape, and the particle height and average surface roughness, RFS roughness is increasing. This is the Rutherford Backward scattering spectroscopy. It is used to know the film thickness as well as the film composition. It is clearly shown that nickel and oxygen are uniformly distributed throughout the surface, and thickness of the film was found to be around 264 to 278, 287 nanometers. This is the XRTEM characterization. This XRTEM was adapted to carry structural means structural as well as the morphology at a time. This is the advanced technique to know structural as well as surface morphology simultaneously. Here we can confirm the crystal structure as well as the morphology at a time. This is the figure A shows the cross-sectional view of my sample. The dotted figure, zoomed in figure B, it shows the crystal planes, whereas the C figure denotes the SCID pattern, where we can see the crystal planes like 111 and 222, whereas figure D shows the elemental mapping at the respective thickness, the respective cross-sectional points. Here in the figure E, the green color nickel shows the presence of nickel, whereas in figure F, the red color shows the oxygen spectra, means that we can confirm that the nickel and oxygen is present in our sample. And this figure G shows the EDS analysis, that we can see clearly nickel and oxygen present in the sample. These are the optical properties. With the figure A shows the with wavelength, with the variation of substrate temperature, the transmittance is increasing, whereas the optical absorbance is decreasing. And the figure C, the optical band gap is decreasing with increased substrate temperature, whereas the optical band gap and refractive index are inversely proportional to each other. This is the gas sensing setup in our laboratory, Department of Physics OU. Here this is having main 3 components, whereas test chamber, electrical circuit and CPU assisted monitor, as well as Keithley 65170 electrometer, where we can test our sample by sending different gases with different concentration to know the selectivity and sensitivity, response and recovery time. This is the Keithley, whereas that's the cylindrical rod is said to be gas testing setup, whereas the electrical connections, the above denotes the mass flow control, so where we can control the flow of the gas, whereas the CPU control assisted, it has some special software that is provided by LabVIEW, where we can done data acquisition. This is the figure A, so the schematic diagram of our thin film, thin film sensor. Generally, that you know that glass substrate I have coated nickel oxide thin layer, whereas I have coated again electrodes by using pure silver glue. And that figure B shows the selectivity or it may be response. Response means the ratio of the resistance in presence of gas to ratio in the presence of air. In case of N-type metal oxides, it will be reverse, means Ra by Rg. Here P-type means resistance in the gas will be more. So here we can clearly see that I have sent ethanol, methanol, formaldehyde, toluene, isopropanol, butanol, xylene. Among all the gases, we can see that the film coated at deposition temperature of 400 degrees centigrade, I have shown a maximum response. So I have chosen that 400 degrees centigrade for further investigation. In the figures, it clearly seen that by then I have selected nickel oxide film deposit at 400 degrees centigrade chosen for further studies, and I have changed the concentration from 10 ppm to around 200 ppm, and I have checked. Sorry, this figure shows the all the. Okay. These are the resistance curves. This is the schematic view of our sensing mechanism where it happens. Conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Because of time, we don't have much time to. So thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. So now online session is going on. The speakers are from various universities. Is anyone from online who is ready to give the presentation? Raise your hand, please. So we have just now we have posted the feedback form. So please submit the feedback form. We have just posted in the chat box. So please submit the feedback form in order to get your participation certificate. Thank you. Anybody? Please. Shashidhar, I didn't see. Raise your hand. Please share your slides. Can you? Shashidhar, I think. Oh. Shashidhar AP. I made you go host. I have given. Okay, let me make you again. Are you ready to share your slides, sir? Shashidhar? Please unmute and speak with us. Swati, madam, are you ready now? Swati. Yes. Oh. Okay. Shashidhar, sir, are you ready?
Yes, sir, I am ready, sir.
Yeah, please share your slide. Swati, madam, we have already posted the feedback form. Sir, again, sir, post again and again. Yeah. Yes, sir, we can see your screen. Sure, check it.
Sir, screen is visible. Hello, I'm audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Please, we will have only like 5 to 6 minutes, sir. Please complete your session next 5 minutes.
Yes, sir, thank you, sir.
We don't have much time, sir. Please, thank you.
Okay, sir. Good evening, all. So my topic is on green synthesis of bimetallic silver copper nanoparticles by using Magnetization Harbor treatise for catalytic applications. Myself is Shashidhar AP, a research scholar from Davangere University, Karnataka. Biosynthesis of nanoparticles being used in the green approach offers toxic chemical-free energy-efficient synthesis of silver, copper, and bimetallic silver copper nanoparticle. From ancient times, Nectanthias Haber treatise were believed to have medical properties. In this study, leaf extract was used to fabrication for silver copper bimetallic nanoparticles. Here, the dyes used on a large scale colorant on manufacturing such as congruent methylene blue, rhodamine B, 4-nitrophenol, etc., are discharged into water sources, resulting in severe health concerns. In the current study, we synthesized an aqueous extract of Nectanthias Harbor treatise to prepare silver copper and silver copper bimetallic nanoparticles. The prepared nanoparticles were used in the catalytic degradation for 3 dyes: 4-nitrophenol, methylene blue, and rhodamine B. So first, I have prepared the preparation of bimetallic nanoparticle for silver copper. Initially, the green leaves of Nectanthias Harbor treatise was collected and washed twice with water. Further, the leaves were cut into the small pieces and kept into the beaker. The leaves were boiled with 60 degrees Celsius with distilled water for 20 minutes, and the extract was cooled down for filtered. After preparing the leaf extract, it was cooled. It was added to the silver nitrate solution and copper sulfate solution. After that, the yellowish brown color changes into the reddish brown. Thus, the color changes, which indicates the formation of bimetallic nanoparticles. Later, I have studied the optical studies of silver nanoparticle, copper nanoparticle, and silver copper nanoparticle by using UV spectrometer. In the figure A, B, C, we can see that the UV spectra technique confirms that the synthesis of silver copper and silver copper nanoparticle. It is clearly show that after addition of green extract to the mixture of different materials like silver, copper, and silver copper bimetallic nanoparticle, the reaction mixtures turn into the reddish brown color changes. And here the absorption peak, which is around at for silver 438 nanometer, and similarly for the copper, the surface plasma resonance peak, which is found to be at 813 nanometer, and also for the bimetallic nanoparticle, the SPR band, which is found at 372 nanometer. And later I have studied the one of the application, that is catalytic reduction for nitrophenol. Here we have studied for the catalytic activity for silver copper and silver copper bimetallic nanoparticle in the presence of NaBH4. Here for the silver for the figure A, for the silver nanoparticle, there is a peak intensity for the 4 NP at 400 nanometer. There is a significantly decrease in the peak of additional after the addition of biosynthesized silver nanoparticle within the 18 minutes, and for the copper also it takes within 8 minutes, and for the bimetallic nanoparticle, so the reduction time it takes about 12 minutes. And after that, I have studied again the catalytic reduction of methylene blue. So here the catalytic activity for the silver, copper, and bimetallic nanoparticle for the methylene blue. The peak intensity for the methylene blue, which is around 670 nanometer. As the significantly there is a peak decreases after the addition of biosynthesis of silver, and after it takes the time which is around 6 minutes. For the similarly for the copper, it takes around 15 minutes, and for the bimetallic nanoparticle, the reduction takes it around 22 minutes. And also we have studied the catalytic degradation of rhodamine B for silver, copper, and bimetallic nanoparticle. The degradation of rhodamine B was carried out for the presence of silver, copper, and bimetallic nanoparticle for Ag copper nanoparticle. The absorption spectra show that there is a decrease in peaks for the rhodamine B. Here the absorption peak, which is around at 550 nanometer, gradually decreases. For the silver, it takes 15 minutes, and for the copper nanoparticle, the figure B, it takes 16 minutes. And here in the figure C, for bimetallic nanoparticles, the reduction takes place around 8 minutes. And conclusion, we have successfully developed an efficient one-step approach for preparing a bimetallic nanoparticle, silver copper, via Gray synthesis method using n-orbital resistance aqueous extract as reducing and stabilizing capping agent. And the biosynthesis exhibit an excellent catalytic potential in reducing 4-nitrophenol to 4-aminophenol, methyl blue, and rhodamine B. And silver copper nanoparticle exhibit maximum catalytic performance against rhodamine B within the 8 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It was a nice hearing your lecture and very interesting topic. Will you please come keep your first slide once? First slide. Sir, a picture here. Thank you. You are joining from Karnataka, right, sir? Print screen, please send. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. Print screen.
So next participant, is there anyone from online who would like to give the oral presentation? Please unmute and speak us. Speak with us. Or put it in the chat box. Anybody? Yeah, someone asked. Kavita madam. Are you ready, madam? Kavita madam? Hello? Kavita madam. We have given permission, privileges to you to begin your presentation. Hello? No, you can unmute.
Okay, sir. Okay, fine. Thank you. I'm sharing my screen.
You can unmute, madam.
Yes. Now my screen is visible, sir?
No, madam. Did you share it?
Yeah, I have shared it. 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute.
Yes. You're from, madam?
Sir, I'm from Karnataka.
Okay. Thank you, madam.
But
Thank you.
it's not possible. It's not opening for
We
sharing.
have given privileges, madam, co-host permission, so you can share.
I'm trying. 1 minute.
The co-host.
1 minute, sir. But it's not opening at all.
Just stop it again. Make co-host. If I give them co-host. Yeah, it's there, madam.
Now it's okay. Now it's visible.
Yes, madam.
Okay, sir. Okay, shall I start now?
Sure.
Okay,
Madam, we have only 5 minutes for you, madam. Please.
Yes, sir. Myself, Kavita from Karnataka, Davangere University. My paper is Mechanical Properties of Polyvinyl Alcohol Graphene Oxide for strain sensing applications. And actually, we know electrical conductive polymer, they play a very important role in device applicable technology. Among them, strain sensors are very attracted. So main attraction is variable sensors so that they can be inserted in the cloth to detect human motion. For that, key characteristics is stretchability, high sensitivity, good linearity with resistance. So here we fabricated PVA GO polymer nanocomposite because PVA is stretchable substrate for high performance strain sensor. GO it's a tunable electrical property from insulator to graphene like semiconductor, and also it has good tensile strength. So this is my experimental setup. So we have exfoliated this GO for 1 hour in bath sonicator. Later PVA was heated heated and stirred until it becomes transparent. And later this exfoliated GO was poured into PVA, and finally we after heating for 2 hours we got PVA GO solution. Later we fabricated it on a petri dish. Finally we got our PVA GO nanocomposite. And we studied optical properties, that is transmittance spectra. We can see here. So after adding 0.58% of GO, we can see transmittance is more compared to pristine PVA. But after increasing GO content, the transmittance decreases. And here we can see here absorbance spectra, it's there. Absorbance spectra. So here we, initially after adding GO, the absorbance decreases. Later, with increasing GO content, we can see the absorbance increases. That is, absorbance is more for GO for 2.58%. That is, the absorbance is more in UV region, so that it absorbs UV radiation and it can be converted to, it can convert this to heat. And later we studied using absorbance data, and by using Tox expression, we plotted the energy band gap. So this is for pristine PVA, it's around 5.09 electron volt. So after addition of GO, the energy band gap increases. We can see for 0.5 it increased, and for 1 to 1.5 to 2.5 it increases. Finally, that is From pristine PVA, that is 5.09 electron volt, it increases to 5.665 electron volt. So this find application in solar windows. That is increase in the band gap find application in solar windows. So later to confirm the interfacial interaction between GO and GO and PVA, we studied FTIR spectra. We can see this is for pure PVA. OH peak comes around 3000 to 3500, and this is CH2 group. This is C double bond O group, and this region it shows CH2 group, and this is CO group. So you can see here after addition of GO, there is this OH stretching moves towards the higher wave number. So which shows, which confirms the interfacial interaction between the PVA and GO. And later we studied the mechanical properties. This is for graph for PVA, GO and its composite. So this is for PVA, and I've displayed only for PVA 0.5 weight percent. So this is for different weight percent. Green color represents tensile strength. So this is tensile strength for pristine PVA, it's around 47.5. But after adding GO, it drastically increases to 95.5 megapascal. So, but increasing in the GO content, the tensile strength decreases. But after for 2.58%, further it increases. In the same way, we can see here red color represent elongation at break. And here there is increase in the elongation at break. And later increase in the GO content, elongation break decreases, and we can see the variation. So the main thing here is, so the material should be ductile enough. We can see here even for high, I've shown in this table. So even for high weight percent GO also, there is a good elongation at break, and also tensile strength is also very good. We can see here for different trial weight percent of many trials I have taken, and I've shown it in this table. So this ductility of the film is very good. That means good stretchability. Film has very good stretchability. So, and good strength, it's having good strength. So therefore, what I conclude is we have prepared successfully PVA-GO nanocomposite with improved mechanical performance, and interfacial interaction, it is confirmed by FTIR UV. And this tensile strength reveals that mechanical properties can be improved by addition of GO. And for 0.58%, nearly 50% increase in the tensile strength was observed compared to pristine PVA. And this composite exhibit ductile deformation at low deformation rate, but increasing GO content makes it brittle fracture. So overall conclusion is that enhancement of mechanical property make composite have a promising application in the field of strain sensors. So thank you, sir. That's all. Thank you for giving me opportunity to speak. Hello.
Thank you, madam. It was a really wonderful presentation, madam. Thank you. A big clap. This is your last presentation of the 2-day session, madam. Thank you so much. With this,
thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, madam. We are going to complete session. Do you want any questions from anyone, participants, online and offline?
Yes, sir. I'm open to the questions.
Someone is asking to present Kondal Kodenti Kusuma. 5 minutes. Yes, sir. Madam? Yeah, we're going to give the, sir. We're going to give the 5 minutes. We have a 5 minutes. So, thank you, madam. You can stop sharing, madam. Madam, do you have anything to share? She completed, madam. Kusuma. Yes. Madam, Yeah, you can share your presentation, madam. Kusuma. Yeah, ma'am, you have only 5 minutes, madam. Please complete your presentation in 5 minutes. We don't have much time. I think you are from Department of Physics, Sri Venkateshwara University, Tirupati. Thank you so much, madam, for your presentation. Yeah, over to you, madam.
Yes. Hi everyone. Today I am here to present you about pomegranate fruit peel extract mediated polyphenol functionalized for biological applications. Coming to introduction, as we all know, nanotechnology is the study of exploitation of tiny objects. The main objectives of this include synthesis of polyphenol functionalized carbon dots from the pomegranate peel powder via hydrothermal method, and to characterize them by using TEM, FTIR, XRD and UV spec, to investigate the potential antibacterial and antifungal activities, and to examine ROS scavenging application. So what is the novelty of the work? So coming to novelty, biomass waste has been used as a starting material. By using a hydrothermal experiment, a polyphenol functionalized carbon dots were synthesized, and then from pomegranate fruit peel waste, we are going to synthesize. So these are employed for screening biological applications and for the ROS scavenging applications. So this is the basic synthesis method. Pomegranate peel collected from the fruit. It was dried and made powder. These PPs were 1 gram of PPs were dissolved in distilled water and then transferred to Teflon light hydrothermal reactor, which was set at 170 degrees centigrade for 6 hours. After that, taken and collected from centrifuge and dried for further analysis. So this is the basic antibacterial and antifungal activity, how it was performed. ROS activity was performed by using DPPH. So this is the overall reaction scheme of the work. Pomegranate fruit was taken and the peel was removed, and it was dried and grounded into a powder. From that, we are synthesizing using hydrothermal reactor. Polyphenol functionalized carbon dots were checked for further analysis by using antibacterial, antifungal and DPPH assay. So these are the morphological observations observed in TEM. All nanoparticles formed uniformly with an average size of 3 to 5 nanometer. Carbon dots are clearly formed. So this is FTIR analysis. In polyphenol carbon dots, there is a broad peak at 3000 to 3600, which is accountable for the hydroxy functional groups. Similar peak was not observed, but there is much intensity in the raw source, which clearly confirms nanomaterials formed with high percentage of hydroxy functional groups. So this is XRD spectrum, which reveals the crystallinity of the nanomaterial. Carbon dots are naturally amorphous in nature. As from the image, there is a peak at 18 degrees, which is responsible for carbon dots or polyphenol carbon dots. This is characteristic peak and it belongs to the lattice plane. So these are the optical properties. Here we are seeing A and B. The significant color differentiation has been observed after synthesis and before synthesis. So this is the fluorescence properties. Polyphenol synthesized solutions in the absence and in the presence. So it is having, if in A image is showing only the distilled water and B is having the functionalized carbon dots, it is having fluorescent properties. This is the UV spectrum. It will give functional group analysis. In polyphenol carbon dots, there are 2 electronic transitions and have been observed clearly at 230 and 290 nanometers, which are accountable for the aromatic ring and polar hydroxy functional groups respectively. However, similar peaks were observed in polyphenols with less intensity, that is blue shift, which confirms the carbon dots are formed with an aromatic core and hydroxyl functional groups. So this is antibacterial and antifungal activity, which were done on Staphylococcus and E. coli and Candida albicans and Niger strains. So the results were promising. This is ROS scavenging activity, which was highest with the polyphenol functionalized carbon dots. So it is having more number of polyphenols. So it is having more number of antioxidant activity. So here it is a DPPH scavenging assay. It is schematically repressed. Violet color DPPH is then reduced to red color DPPH, which is having a strong intensity. So this is the possible working mechanism in which a polyphenol carbon dot synthesized are having more number of OH groups on its surface. So it is having many biological applications. So finally, the conclusion is the pomegranate polyphenol mediated carbon dots have been successfully synthesized via single-step hydrothermal reaction. So they were further analyzed by using TEM, XRD, FTIR, and UV analysis. So according to TEM, they were in the average size of 3 to 5 nanometers. From FTIR, it reveals the information of polyphenol functionalized carbon dots. Interestingly, these polyphenol carbenoids are showing biological activities like antibacterial, antifungal, and ROS convention. ROS-induced biological mechanisms have been established. Finally, as synthesized, polyphenol carbenoids can be applicable for the advanced medical applications.
Yeah, thank you, Kusuma Garu. So one question from my side. So what is the output of your XRD? So you did XRD.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So from XRD, it revealed it is in a lattice plane and it is having the crystalline nature of the material.
Single crystalline or polycrystalline?
Single crystalline, sir.
Okay, only 002 plane, single plane reflection from. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you, madam. Any other questions? Participants? Okay.
It is to inform you, the participants online, that we are concluding the presentation session from online. There will be the cash prizes for poster presentation. And I request all the participants, both from offline and online, to fill the feedback form again to get your online certificate. Once again, I repeat, I request all online and offline participants to fill the feedback form to get your certificate. Thank you.
Photos, madam, me rent. Good evening to all. So we are going to end our conference program. So previously we announced some prizes for the poster presentation. So as a part of the selections, so D. Brahmanandam and team, they got third prize. Please give them claps. Now the second prize goes to me team. Brahmanandam and team, complete team, please. Brahmanandam and team. Yeah.
This is my first conference, and this is my first poster presentation, and I got this opportunity from Pawan sir. Thank you, sir, and thank you.
Certificate. Collect the certificate. Second prize, Anurag Pandey, Ayatnagar Degree College.
Now the second prize goes to Anurag Pandey from Government Degree College, Hayatnagar, and their team. Please join their team. Okay, na? Right. Now the people are most eagerly waiting for the first prize. Now the first prize goes to D. Swati and team from Social Welfare Degree College from Vikarabad. Congratulations to the team.
Good evening to everyone. Actually, this is my first poster presentation here, and I wanted to thank to my principal, Halimunisa madam, who permitted me to participate in this today's workshop. And also, I want to thank to my guide, N. Kumaraswamy sir, and my co-supervisor, Dr. N. Pavan Kumar sir. Actually, without him, I was not here today. Actually, he is a backbone of my research and everything. Thank you so much, sir. And moreover, I'm very happy because he's my PG classmate also. We are very good friends. Thank you so much, Pavan. Actually, previously I know Vasudeva Reddy sir long back. I called him once upon a time as a practical examiner to my college also. I know him. Thank you so much, sir, for your support. And thank you, everyone.
The opinion of the second prize winner.
Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity to me. I am in BSc first year. In this first year only, I got this opportunity to join the international conference. This was the first conference which I had attempted in my life. And it was not national, it was international conference. It was just because of Paratal sir, who had appreciated me to join this conference of international on this nanotubes. And I was pleased to join this conference, and I am feeling very excited, and I really reach my success very easily from this type of conferences. So I request the faculty members of City College, so please ma'am, if it is possible, please conduct every month a international conference, madam. Thank you for giving this opportunity to me.
Thank you so much, all the winners of the poster presentations. So now we will be giving certificates to all the participants. You just read out, madam. We'll.
D. Swati, no, sorry. Dr. N. Pavan Kumar for the oral presentation. K. Ganga Reddy for the oral presentation. N. Harikumar for the oral presentation from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. P.R. Ratan Kumar, Tara Government College, Sangareddy for the poster presentation. P. Naveen from Usmania University for poster presentation. Next, K. Shravanti, Usmania University poster presentation. K. Shravanti. Next, J. Uma from Usmania University. They left. Okay. G. Kavita. Okay. M. Sampath from Usmania University. He also left. Okay. K. Maunika. B. Krishna. Okay. B. Krishna. A. Suyog, Tara Government College, Sangareddy. S. Jashant.
Jashant from Tara College.
Thank you.
మన వాటికి మాత్రం ఫోటో ఉండాలి.
I'd like to thank Mr. Thomas and team. We forgot to say in the vote of thanks we could not mention your name, but without you it would not have happened. Thanks a lot, because it is the life of our international conference. Thank you so much. And thank you, volunteers. Though they are less in number, still your participation matters. And very soon, Bhimarajam sir would become doctor in 2 days or 3 days. And before that, he is going to become a father to a second child. Still, his wife is somewhere in the village, but he could spare time here for the sake of the conference. Thank you, Saujanya ma'am, for extending your support. It's okay. For extending your support. Thank you all. Let us all stand for national anthem to conclude this program. जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. Thank you.
To all